Here we go.
I should have stayed home and played with myself.
What do you like to do?
Oh, I don't know. Play chess. Screw.
Well, let's play chess.
The Indianapolis Colts select Anthony Richardson, quarterback, Florida.
Richardson going to take off and run. He's in there! Touchdown! I-N-D-Y! The first career touchdown!
Here's Halliburton into the front court. Mishandled it, but gets a shot. Hits it! Hits it!
John, I have never been better to be on the air with you here in Indianapolis, a place where so many of my dreams have come true.
The Ride with JMV on 93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
Hey, I got a lot going on today. We're live at Coach's Downtown. This is a Bud Light Blue Friday. Steelers Colts tickets to give away. Of course, we will bring that up. Tom McCarthy of CBS got the play-by-play down in Cincinnati on Sunday. He's going to be here a little bit later on. Wells a little bit later on. Don Fischer, IU and Auburn coming up tomorrow down in Atlanta, the voice of the Hoosiers in the 5 o'clock hour. All that and more, we are loaded down today for you. Bob Lovell, per usual, the busy college and high school weekend, the Forum Credit Union Tip-Off Classic tomorrow down at Southport. I did want to remind you of this. While we're at Coach's, normally we have the stream with my incredibly handsome, chiseled features. Today, for whatever reason, we don't have me live, but you've got my face right there, and you still can listen and participate and watch. You're just watching my face. So you guys let me know. I'm going to get in there in a second inside the lounge via YouTube Live, and you can tell me how much you're enjoying watching my face. Watching my face inside the lounge via YouTube Live. But normal is what we're talking about. Normal with, you being able to participate, listen, all that. But watch my face today inside the lounge via YouTube Live. We also have loaded Pacers coverage live from Las Vegas. Eddie Gill is going to join us from both the radio and Pacers TV, doing radio with Mark Boyle out there. The former NBA are coming up in a couple of minutes, and Aaron Nesmith of the Pacers joins us at about 20 past. It was so incredibly impressive watching that. And when somebody tries to tell you or make light of, hey, are you going to hang a banner? Some of that jackassery that you have to hear, right? So you're going to hang a banner for this, and, hey, this is something happening in December, so what? You keep in mind the team that you're behind here, your favorite team. You keep in mind where they have been. Everything that has been going on in this first edition of an in-season tournament in the NBA has been absolutely perfect for the Pacers. And frankly, I don't give a damn what it is like for everybody else. I don't care. The Lakers are on TV nationally every single night. They're the Lakers, for God's sake. Who cares? I don't care what their fans think. I don't care what the Bucks fans think. I mean, the Pelicans fans should have been all over it if they had more than two. But no, last night was it was another edition, another chapter in what was an incredible December run. You talk about me sitting here last week, and I was Dr. Complaino last week, remember? Coming off that Miami loss, this guy didn't play, Bam didn't play in the second half. Look at that mess. Jimmy Butler shooting 500 free throws. Remember, it was just one incessant complaint. And the reason why I do that is because I believe that there is more here. I've always believed that there is more here. I like the makeup of this team. I like what they have. And we have seen 4 additions at home, when obviously I've complained about that after a loss, 4 additions in which they haven't played to the level which is expected. And here's what's interesting right now. You look at this team and you're asking about the defense in the past 2 games between the Celtics and the Bucks. This is something now, as I've been doing, you need to hold them to that higher standard, to those expectations, because they can do it. They can do it. They have a really nice mix. Now, it was a bummer regarding Andrew Nembhard, who had a really good third quarter. We'll get to that coming up a little bit later on. But there is a nice mix on this team to be much better than what maybe a lot of you thought, and to play to the level in which I expect. I am just not going to sit around here and Like last year, think about this last year. You sat through last year, and all anybody ever said was entertaining lost this, entertaining lost that. I wish they would have lost this. That would have given them this over that. And I could have cared less about any of it. I mean, you think about Jess Walker right now, he doesn't get any clock. He doesn't play. So you went through all those entertaining losses last year for a guy that's learning while not playing. You want to be in the thick of it. You want nights like last night. There's no doubt you want a night like tomorrow night, ABC standalone. This is good for everybody. Everybody. And that was a game that was impressive from the start. Got sketchy in the third. But, man, they get a lot of help side by a lot of folks, including Aaron Nesmith, who's going to join us coming up here in about 15 minutes, and more of my thoughts. But on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline, staked out in Vegas today doing whatever. I'm sure something fun. The former NBA guard from the Pacers radio network and Pacers TV. It is Eddie Gill today. I can't tell you how impressed I was, obviously going back to Monday night, Eddie, with that win over the Celtics. And then last night with what they did with Milwaukee. These are the levels in which I have expected. And to see that come to fruition on Monday and then last night especially, that's very gratifying for me. I can't imagine what it is for these guys. These guys have that level of play, maybe not night in and night out, but they have that level of play in them, don't they?
Yeah, and I think, when you do it against that caliber of opponent, now that expectations really starts to rise on what you're capable of on a more consistent basis, specifically on the defensive end of the floor. You referenced Aaron Nesmith. If someone, the casual fan, just looked at the box score and said, hey, who had a great game, he's probably the 8th or 9th guy that you think had a great game. But he was incredible defensively with what he was able to do in terms of just making things hard. One possession he's guarding, Damian Lillard. He's picking him up full court, harassing him the whole entire possession. The next possession he's guarding Giannis Antetokounmpo, making life miserable for him. So you have a guy like that on your team is just really invaluable in terms of what your defensive focus and dedication may be.
Hey, Eddie, we talked about this going back to Tuesday, right? Eddie Gill joins us. It is not – and I thought Shaquille O'Neal brought this up on TNT Monday night and said, listen, it's one thing about not having, a defensive prowess throughout the game, but if you're as good offensively as the Pacers and you can mix in some late-game defensive stops – a lot of times that can be enough. And I'll be damned, that's exactly what we've seen against Boston. And then we saw it again last night against the Bucks. These late-game stops, you may not be very good at all at defense, but if you can put together a couple of late-game stops for a team this good offensively, Eddie, that can be good enough.
Yeah, it's a difference maker. And really, you take, with the exception of that third quarter, when Damian Lillard gets going, and obviously they put 43 on the board, which is a big number. But those other three quarters, the Pacers were very good. They were solid defensively. So you got to tip your hat in terms of the overall effort. And with their pace of play, they're never going to be a top 5 defensive team, which is okay because you're so prolific from an offensive standpoint. And their pace of play is just going to be more possessions. It's just tougher to get into that capacity. But having said that, if you're middle of the pack in terms of the league, and mix in those timely stops that you reference in close games, this team can be more than competitive down the stretch.
So Eddie Gill joining us. Pacers win 128-119, get the Lakers in the championship of the first ever in-season tournament of the NBA. That's tomorrow night in Las Vegas, Nevada. I remember when he put 54 on the board. And I've never thought before that 37 looked that difficult to get as it did last night. I mean, I never thought I was going to say, wow, you held him to 37. That's great. But Giannis in that first meeting, in that loss by the Bucks, he scored 54. And he mentioned after the game that he was gassed down the stretch. He touched the ball in the final 8 minutes, honestly, Eddie, maybe 2 times, 3 times at the most. I think scored maybe twice. And it was a combination of I thought the Pacers really got down to business defensively too. But he was gassed, I thought, last night down the stretch in that fourth quarter.
Yeah, that goes to the point I referenced about Nesmith. I mean, picking the guy up, full court, and he's harassing him and not waiting for him to attack and then just be so reactionary. You just have to really make him work just to dribble the basketball. Just casual dribbles, they can't be casual. And that's what I thought they did a good job of. They also limit his opportunity. He only had 19 shot attempts. He was able to get to the free throw line. And for some reason, whenever he sees the Pacers, he all of a sudden becomes Tim Legler from the free throw line or someone because he's making them when he gets there. But also, again, you know, I think he's shooting 60-something% from the free throw line on the season, but he's been shooting at a higher clip against the Pacers. But yet again, limiting his opportunity, and each and every opportunity comes with a struggle and some significant resistance. So that's what you're able to do. So, and Mark Boyle and I had the same discussion about quote unquote holding a guy to 37. I think you know you tip your hat to that performance because again he's arguably the best player in the game, and you're just making things difficult for him. And with the exception of that third quarter by Damian Lillard, you made it difficult on him as well.
I want to talk to him coming up after you here, Aaron Nesmith. Is he now evolved into, I don't want to say stopper. For one, that sounds lame, and nobody gets stopped in the NBA. I mean, everybody's just too damn good. But is he that guy? Is this his role right now to be able to guard basically anybody on that floor?
Yeah, when you're talking about a guy who can guard every position on the floor, legitimately 1 through 4. And like I think I mentioned to you the other day, he was able to guard, or he was forced to guard Embiid for half a quarter in Philly and made life miserable on him. He's definitely the guy you can go to guard multiple positions just because he has a toughness and a strength and size to the game that no one else can bring. I do like what Bruce Brown does on the perimeter. I like what Andrew Nembhard does on the perimeter. But in terms of being able to guard 1 through 4 legitimately and make life miserable on the opponent, Aaron Nesmith is that guy.
You played the position. You played a long time in the NBA. So, I mean, obviously, whatever you say, I take to heart right here. But how ridiculous has Tyrese Halliburton been?
Extremely. There's not we don't have a great description to describe what he's been doing. You know, he had a historic month of November, and you know, we get to December, and he takes it to another level, especially when you're considering the opponents that he's doing it against. The caliber of players, he's right there in any discussion in terms of point guards as far as who's the best in the game right now. His confidence is on another level, just a completely different stratosphere. Each time he goes out on the floor, he has a moxie, and he's carrying himself as he's the best player on the floor each and every night.
He is Eddie Gill, the Pacers radio network. You'll hear him tomorrow night with Mark Boyle. They got that final for you in Las Vegas between the Lakers and the Pacers coming up tomorrow night right here. And, again, there's going to be a watch party at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. And, again, we'll talk about that coming up a little bit later on, but something local fans may want to do to watch that game tomorrow night. I also wanted to bring this up, too, as far as Halliburton is concerned. And this is really everybody. You know, we talked about it in terms of getting stops late in the fourth. But clearly – these guys got down to business. I mean, they're getting in a stance, and they are trying to guard much more than we have seen them here in the past, at least this season so far at times. Is this something new we're going to see? Because I want to see this. Like, I have expectations, Eddie, for this every game. Not to play at this incredible level every game because it's a long season, but my expectations are that high. Does that raise the bar with this group, especially on the defensive end with you as well?
I think it does, and as it should. I think T.J. McConnell made the comment a couple games ago that we told on ourselves. I think it was the quote, and that was just effectively saying, hey, we're capable of this, and for whatever reason we haven't been able to do it, but now we've seen it, you know, a little bit more consistently over the last couple games. So now you should be able to go out there and do it because they have all the tangible requisite skills in terms of quickness, athleticism, length. They have all of those things. Now it's the intangibles can you do night in and night out, and that's just being able to communicate at a high level, execute the defensive strategies at a super high level, pay attention to the details, just sit down in a stance, take pride and prowess in terms of your one-on-one matchup, guard the first and second bounce, some of these types of things. And now you're really working with something in terms of taking pride in what your execution looks like out there. So 100% the expectations have risen, and being able to do it on a more consistent basis will lean itself to significant success and ultimately more wins down the stretch.
And I'll give you another point, and Eddie Gill joins us to that too. I always thought if Buddy Hield didn't knock down threes, then he's got to go and catch some pine because he just can't play out there. You can't utilize it. He didn't shoot it well at all. 3 of 11, 0 of 6. But then when you look at the box score and realize how many extra possessions, extra looks he got them, he had 4 offensive rebounds, a part of an 11-rebound night. That may stand out more than anything else right there. You're talking about a night when he's 0 of 6 from 3 and adds absolutely nothing. But on the glass, where the Pacers normally really struggle, it was big. And a couple of those offensive rebounds were really huge. Those tap outs, things like that. So, maybe he is somebody. I don't know if that's just the engagement of the moment, but that was something I did not think resided with Buddy Hield.
Yeah, no, I think, that is something that is huge. When you have a guy who's so prolific in terms of shooting the basketball, okay, what other value can you bring? And that's what he was able to do. I think he did a great job of rebounding, getting extra possessions, like you said, 11 rebounds. And then when it comes to one-on-one defense, he has shown the ability to A, that he cares, first and foremost, and then B, that he's going to sit down in the stands and try to at least make it difficult on the guy and not just let people blow by him and those types of things. So I give him a ton of credit for staying engaged, staying supportive. Early on in the season, he's coming off the bench and he's put back in the starting lineup. He's a guy who's just been a true pro throughout the entire process, and just being around the team, his spirit and really energy around the team is infectious. Like, he's a guy who really just breathes energy and life into your team, regardless of what's happening out on the court.
He is Eddie Gill with us. Are they doing a short practice walkthrough? What are they doing today out there?
Literally just wrapped up, actually. I'm standing outside the arena talking to you guys, and their media's in there with some of the players now, and they just wrapped up. So they had a nice walkthrough and shots, and obviously went over some scouting stuff for what they're planning on doing tomorrow.
What's the latest on Nembhard?
Your guess is as good as mine. I know he got some testing and stuff today, so I'm not sure exactly. Did see him walking around, so that's a great sight to see. But he took a rough step yesterday. I'm sure everyone saw that. It didn't look good, but he's walking around today, and we'll see what they come up with in terms of testing.
Man, Eddie, here's a big deal in the third quarter because their boat was taking on water, and he saved them 2 or 3 times in that third quarter.
He was huge. He was absolutely huge. I thought he came in and had a really good 5 or 6 minute stretch that just kept the Bucks at bay and really was able to still continue to, like you said, the boat was taking on water. That's well put there because it looked like it was going the wrong direction. And but what you expected. I mean, that's a championship caliber team. You expect them to make a run at some point. Just being able to withstand that run and then come back and make a run of your own, and that's what they were able to do.
So Eddie Gill with us. Before I let you go, your thoughts on the Lakers coming up tomorrow night. This is all the way around been perfect so far for the Pacers, and they need it. And we know this. A team like the Lakers, an organization like the Lakers, they don't need this. I mean, it's ho-hum. Here we are again on ABC on Saturday night, blah, blah, blah. But I will say this. LeBron James has brought vintage LeBron James, as we saw last night. And because of that score, he got a lot of time to rest. What does the Lakers squad look like in terms of the matchup with the Pacers tomorrow night?
They are one of the most perplexing teams out there for me. LeBron is continuing defeating time. That 38 and 5 in 22 minutes is ridiculous. So to your point, he's got plenty of time to rest. Anthony Davis on any given night can look like the best player in the league. And sometimes in a game, he looks like the best player in the league and, for a quarter or 2 quarters, and then the next he's disappearing. So I'm not sure. But they seem to me to be a team that's locked in and would like to go in and get this done. So the gauntlet continues for the Pacers in this in-season tournament play. You look at their 6-0 record and the 4 out of 4 of those teams on there, arguably contenders in the league. So super impressed with that. The Lakers, again, on any given night can be the best team or the worst team in the league. So, but I think I foresee a spirited effort, a spirited bunch in the Lakers. So it should be a really good turnout. And with L.A. being 3-4 hours down the road, it's going to feel like a road game.
Well, I mean, it's also Vegas on a Saturday night, and, guys that I've never heard of that are evidently YouTube stars are going to be sitting there and getting their pictures taken and stuff. So this is probably going to be, something very, very embraced, let's just say, by the well-to-do in Vegas coming up tomorrow night. But again, hey, Eddie, this has been great for the Pacers. I mean, everything that they need to re-engage and build their brand has all taken place over this past week.
This in-season tournament has been tremendous for the Pacers in particular. First of all, obviously the results have been fantastic. The teams they played were great. They were able to still come with positive results at the end of them. But, yeah, this has been an incredible experience. You're talking about higher sense of urgency on these games for December games. A young team that only a handful of guys have played meaningful playoff minutes. So they've got a chance to really experience what that's like. So either way, obviously they want to come out with the win. But I think at the end of it all, success and positive results here for the Pacers in the in-season tournament.
Before I let you go here, too, Eddie White just texted me and said the Pacers party at Gamebridge is sold out. That is sold out for tomorrow. A viewing party at Gamebridge is sold out. Eddie, I can't tell you. I know you see this all the time, but we have a thirst. We have a hunger in this market right now for a winner. And you got it. You got it with the Pacers. You got it with the Colts. And this thing is hit at a perfect time.
It's a beautiful time for the city, for sure. You bring up a great point. The Colts have gotten hot here over the last few weeks, and the Pacers clearly have bottled something up over the last couple of weeks, and especially in this in-season tournament play. That environment last Monday against the Celtics was incredible, and I would love to see what's going to happen there during that viewing party. I'm sure it's going to be great, and hopefully the game will be competitive on both ends and something exciting for everyone to see.
Hey, how was the environment there? We come off that game Monday night. The best environment of the NBA so far was the Pacers home court at Gamebridge on Monday night against the Celtics. And then you have to go to that. What was it like in that building last night?
Honestly, it was a little bit stale. You got two teams from the Midwest. I will say there were definitely some Pacers fans who made the trip. So they were there and made some noise. And same for Milwaukee. And then also they obviously have the national attention when you have guys like Giannis Antetokounmpo and Damian Lillard and what they've been able to do over their careers. So you had fans that were individual fans that were fans of those guys, but it was stale in comparison, right? You didn't necessarily have this huge influx of Pacers or Bucks fans. So it was a little bit stale. I don't think it will be that way tomorrow. Again, LA is literally 3-4 hours down the road, and I'm sure you have the Lakers machine that it is. There'll be some more Lakers fans in here.
That's Eddie Gill, former NBA guard, and, of course, for the Pacers radio and Pacers television networks on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline. Keep everybody in line out there in Vegas, okay? Make sure.
I'll do my very best.
Take it easy, Eddie. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
From Eddie Gill in Vegas to somebody that did a great job last night. I mean, really off the bench and what he did, especially on the defensive end from the Pacers. Aaron Nesmith on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline. I know it's been a busy day for you, kind of a whirlwind so far. Aaron, thank you for joining us. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you guys for having me.
Oh, dude, last night, let me tell you what. And I'm assuming you noticed this or not. I viewed this as this whole in-season tournament being perfect for you guys. That home environment you got with that Celtics win on Monday, there last night, getting that win against the Bucks. You guys as a team viewing this thing as the fan base clearly will be viewing. I'll give you a great example. There's a viewing party at Gamebridge Fieldhouse tomorrow night to watch you guys that's sold out. That is sold out to watch you guys on TV, which is awesome. You guys feeling that too right now?
Man, that's crazy. And the support we get from, the fans in Indiana is unmatched. The energy that they bring into Gamebridge every single time we play, especially on that game against Boston on Monday, was ridiculous. Probably the best environment I've ever played in.
I thought, Aaron, that's by far the best environment I've seen in the NBA this year. I mean, I watch a ton of games, and that is it was such like a college environment. I mean, that's the way that it felt to me.
It was electric.
Can you tell, and I say this all the time, that the fans here are hungry? Like, I know you guys looked hungry last night against the Bucks, but this fan base is hungry, and it's almost like everybody's kind of jumping on board with you guys right now in this first ever in-season tournament. You're feeling the love, I'm assuming, from everybody with that.
Yeah, for sure. We're feeling the love. People are hopping on board. They're realizing that we're for real. And, a lot of people didn't think we'd make it this far, and we've just continued to prove people wrong every step of the way.
Here's Aaron Nesmith of the Pacers. How many times you get matched up with Giannis last night? Do you know? Kind of a ballpark figure of how many times offensively?
I don't know. Probably. I mean, every time he was in the game, it feels like.
Yeah. Well, I thought it's weird to say this, but I don't care. The dude went for 54 last time, 37, and the way that thing was going, he was getting to the free throw line every time you guys sneezed out there last night. Yeah. And I thought this was going to be another one of those, half 100 type of marks. But 37 was great, and he mentioned Aaron in that first game after you guys beat him that he was gassed at the end. And I'm going to give you credit because in that fourth quarter, I didn't see him touch the ball more than a couple of times from the 8-minute mark on. Did he look a little bit like he was run down, a little bit gassed in that fourth quarter late?
Yeah, he was definitely gassed. He was definitely frustrated. And, towards the end of the ball game, he started going to the corner and chilling in the corner, and I knew he was tired. I knew he was frustrated, and we just wore on him the whole game. It was a team effort. Everybody took a shot at him. We made him work for everything.
So Aaron Nesmith with us. Does he have a tell? Did he have a tell last night that said, you know what, this ball is not going to get to him, and if it does, I'm probably not going to get that. Maybe that second or third quarter effort that I've had so far. Is there a tell that he had?
Yeah. You can tell by the way a player moves, the way he runs. You could tell whether or not, especially a guy of his caliber, where the offense is run through him. You could tell if the ball's coming his way or not.
What did you try to prioritize? And this is something that Eddie Gill and I were just talking about. It is different, like when one of the bigs, if it's Obi or let's just say, for example, if it's Miles, they let him, it seems like, get ahead of steam going. And he's going into the lane, and he's going power, and he's going fast. It seemed like you picked him up. You made your point of attack defensively much earlier in the possession further out. Is that your point of emphasis when you try to guard him?
Yeah. For me personally, that's not something we didn't talk about. But for me, I felt like if we let him get ahead of steam, it's like a train going downhill. You can't stop him, can't stay in front of him. So I really wanted to get underneath him and make him turn as much as possible because it's a lot of work. It's tiring, but I know he's getting tired and he's getting frustrated because I'm not letting him do what he likes to do.
Well, and he also delivers physicality. He delivers blows to you too offensively. How's the body feel a day later after that?
We're actually okay today. I don't know if we're just excited to win tomorrow or what the case is, but I'm feeling good.
Yeah, well, and again, Aaron Nesmith joins us. Is this a role that you've accepted with this group? I mean, going out there and being that guy. And really, I don't know. Maybe you wouldn't guard. Who is there anybody that they wouldn't put you on at this point and have you D up on the floor?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I've guarded, I think, everybody from Chris Paul, Steph Curry, and Embiid. So it's been all over the spectrum.
Is this a role that you accepted? Has Rick talked to you about this role, wanting you on this team, and then obviously you taking that to the floor? Has this been discussed?
Rick kind of talked to me when I first got here last year before the season started. He told me at the time he said I was one of the better perimeter defenders, and it would be my job to probably guard the other team's best player. And I took that to heart, and I kind of just embraced the role. I ran with it, and I love it. Like, I really do genuinely enjoy playing defense and getting the tough assignments. I relish those moments. It's a lot of fun to me.
It's Aaron Nesmith with us, kind enough to join us after his practice out in Vegas today. Again, Pacers and Lakers coming up tomorrow. Now, I want to ask you who you're going to guard in just a second, but I am curious about you defensively. Have you always been a really good defensive player, or was there a point in time when maybe defense was more of an afterthought and you went after it offensively? Has there been a transition there at all for you in your game?
Yeah. I mean, I was definitely an offensive player until I got to the NBA. And then, roles change. Situation I was in Boston helped transform me and make me realize, like, if I want to play and I want to be successful in this league, I got to do the little things, and I got to be able to defend at a high level. And, it just helped form my game to where I'm at now. And coming here to just embrace the role and, like I said, ran with it.
we've always liked Brad Stevens around here, as I'm sure you well know, being from around here. Did he ever give you any advice that maybe you still hold today that you take to the court, take in your game, you take as a professional in the NBA?
I'm not really. I would just say, like, Brad overall as a person, he's the man. Such a great guy. He cares about people around him. Every time I see him, we always have a great conversation. He's always asking, how my family is and everything. So I have nothing but positive things to say about Brad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, certainly you fit like a glove here. So do you know your defensive assignment tomorrow night yet? Have you been told anything?
I do, yes. But I will not.
Are you allowed to share this with me?
Nah. Well, I'm not saying a word.
Well, I'm gonna try to peck at it a little bit here. The taller, a little bit shorter, the older. No, nothing. You got nothing for me?
I don't know.
Hey, I did want to ask you this. I'm gonna let you go too. Aaron Nesmith joins us. You go from the raucous Gainbridge Fieldhouse Monday night against the Celtics to T-Mobile, whatever it is, in Vegas last night against the Bucks. How was the environment for you? Did that take you a minute to get used to that? Because obviously it wasn't anywhere near what you had at Gainbridge Fieldhouse with the home fans on Monday. That take a minute to get used to?
Yeah, it does. You kind of got to bring your own energy because there's no real home team. So even like the Bucks, when they would score or get a stop, the crowd doesn't roar, it doesn't go crazy. You don't feel the passion in the fan base the same as you would at a home crowd like we did in Indy on Monday and like we would if we played in Milwaukee on another random day. But like for a game like tomorrow, where we'll play the Lakers, where it's super close to LA, it's more likely to be a home game for them, so we'll probably have that atmosphere and, that energy from their fans. So it's just more important for us to feed off that energy and turn that into a positive for us.
When you have somebody like Tyrese Halliburton on your team, in any moment, but certainly those late moments, and then you watch what he does in a trip down the floor, I mean, what's that to you as a player? I know what it is for me in covering it. I know what fans feel about it. Playing next to him, what's that like for you?
He never ceases to amaze me. He just continues to get better and better. But, while you're in the moment of the game and you're playing, it's just basketball.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is. And he puts up numbers they're freakish. Seriously, yeah. I mean, doing that stuff without turnovers, it's incredible to me. It just is. Because it's not like, hey, Aaron, it's not like he's throwing like two-handed bounce passes with nobody. He's throwing lobs that are 30 feet away. And, it is amazing how he takes care of the ball, and then he's able to get all you guys involved and feel comfortable and also involve himself offensively at a high level. Yep. It's tough to fathom anybody getting those numbers like that on a night-out basis.
No, absolutely. And, I've said this before. It's something to be said about guys who just make it look easy. And, throughout the course of the game, you're playing and you look up at the end of the third quarter and he's got 20 and 10. Like, I've said it, and there's something special about, guys like that who have that ability to make it look so easy and effortless.
All right. Are you going to go you going to come to the game tomorrow night like with an overcoat and shirtless like Miles did last night, or are you going to go a little bit different than that?
I don't know about shirtless, but it will be a little bit different. But no, I got something planned.
All right.
We'll look good.
Congratulations. It was fun as hell to watch. And, again, I've been around here for a long time, and I know how much people love basketball here. Obviously you know that now, and I know how much people really want you guys to perform at a high level. This past week has been great for you guys. For you guys as a team, your organization, the fan base, you guys, obviously sold out that event at Gainbridge Fieldhouse to watch you play tomorrow night. Congratulations on that. Go kick a little ass tomorrow night.
Yes, sir. We'll do. That's the plan.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you. You guys have a good one.
You too. Aaron Nesmith right there on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline. I'm way over. I apologize. We're at a Bud Light Blue Friday. I've got Steelers Colts tickets to give away, but I want to give you as much Pacer coverage out of the gate as I possibly can. Bob Lovell is going to join us. Tom McCarthy's got the game on Sunday with the Colts and the Bengals down in Cincinnati. He's coming up. Don Fischer, voice of the Hoosiers. Mike Wells, too. Hang tight. We'll come back with you on the other side. And again, Gainbridge Fieldhouse, there's some satellite locations and bars and such, obviously, that are connected to the Pacers, related to the Pacers, where you can go. But the Gainbridge Fieldhouse experience of watching at that watch party is officially sold out. And that was Aaron Nesmith and Eddie Gill. Podcast 1075thefan.com. Coach's Tavern downtown. Ice cold Bud Light for you, for me, for showing up. And your chance of Steelers Colts tickets coming up. The stream, the app, HD Radio at 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Looking for a new spot to head downtown? Well, I've got that for you in 5 Iron Golf. It is an awesome venue right off Pennsylvania Street, and it's now open. Inside, you're going to find TrackMan simulators, so you can do a little golf action, but also it's much more than that. Full bar, full restaurant, great spot to hang, watch your favorite game, host a private events. And again, from a golf standpoint, in these cold months, it is a great spot as well. 5 Iron Golf is the location, again, right off Pennsylvania. 5irongolf.com to learn more.
It was this kind of hilarious moment last year where they started to try and cancel, like, dead people. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, like, John Wayne was trending. Oh, my God, did you see what John Wayne said in 1971? I can no longer tolerate dead for 45 years. John Wayne.
From his Netflix specials and F is for Family, Bill Burr, live. Saturday, March 9th, Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Reserve seats on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Bill Burr, live.
Spoiled supermarket meat, sawdust-like fillers, artificial preservatives?
Ho, ho, hold on there. I'm veterinarian Dr. Marty Goldstein. You don't want your dog eating any of that. These potentially harmful ingredients are found in many of today's popular dog foods, but not in Nature's Blend. A freeze-dried raw dog food with real cuts of meat, omega-3 rich seeds, and superfood veggies and fruit.
Nature's Blend is designed to help support your dog's playfulness, healthy skin, soft coat, easy digestion, and youthful mobility.
Your dog will go bonkers over Nature's Blend savory flavor and texture.
For a limited time, save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and receive a free festive holiday dog sweater with select orders. Go to drmartypets.com/diet or text DIET to 511-511. Text DIET to 511-511 today.
I guarantee it with a 100% 90-day return of your purchase price.
Offer available while supplies last. Tax fees may apply.
Hey, it's Dan Dockage here. I have been on the Affinity Whole Health Testosterone Program for 10 months, and man, has it been life-changing. More energy to go out and do the things that at my age, 61 years old, I probably shouldn't be doing, like 36 holes of golf and then pickleball in a day. If you want to learn more about it, go to feelgreatindy.com and see what they can do for you. What they've done for me is they've given my active life back to me. Feelgreatindy.com.
Your love isn't confined to an advent calendar. It doesn't stop when the Christmas lights come down. With the Salvation Army, your love lasts all year long. It puts a Christmas present under someone's tree today and a roof over someone's head tomorrow. It brightens Christmas morning and the hardest nights for hardworking families. Together, we love beyond Christmas. Give $25 a month to support local families all year long at sacentralindiana.org.
The leaves have fallen, the air is crisp, and IU basketball is back with big shoes to fill. Good thing Mike Woodson has reloaded.
Fires up a three and hits!
With the return of Xavier Johnson, Malik Renew, and exciting freshman Mackenzie Mbako, IU takes on Auburn. Tomorrow, John Herrick has the pregame at 1, Don Fischer with the tip-off at 2. It's a special presentation of IU basketball on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. JMV.
2 more minutes. They could be miles off course. That's impossible. They're on instruments. This is going to be a real sweat.
93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Thank you for joining us. Bob Lovell coming up in a minute. Pacers win 128-119. So we thought we'd start the show out, go back-to-back with Eddie Gill, the former NBA guard. Pacers Radio, Pacers TV from Vegas. They just finished up a practice at the T-Mobile Arena. And then Aaron Nesmith, who I don't care what anybody says. And I know it's a weird thing to say, hey, he did a great job on the guy that scored 37. But the guy that scored 37 last night scored 54 earlier this year against the Pacers. So to me, you take it. And then when you look back at the game, or when you look back in the fourth quarter and the final 8 minutes, and I wanted to bring that up to Aaron, regarding getting late game stops. You may not be the best defensive team out there, which clearly they aren't, but late game defensive stops can be enough, especially if you bring the offense that the Pacers bring each and every night. And he saw that again last night. You look at the final 8 minutes, I'd have to look at this. But I can remember, I think, 2 scores, maybe 4 points in the final 8 minutes, and there wasn't a lot of touches. And as Aaron talked about, and I asked him about, when you're guarding this guy, is there a defensive tell that A, he's kind of disengaged, or B, he's a little bit tired? And he said there is. And he said Giannis went and it was like standing in the corner and really wasn't involved. And you could tell last night he wasn't involved. And if you remember, you go back to that first game, that first matchup, at Gainbridge Fieldhouse when he went for 54. He said after the game that down the stretch he was gassed. And I thought that's what he looked like last night. A lot of people were joking, saying, well, I think he's gassed because he went to the free throw line about 5,000 times. But you got to give credit where credit is due, and you cannot underestimate how important a player like Aaron Nesmith is to add just that, to be able to guard every position. Now, it sounded to me like he was guarding LeBron tomorrow night. No, everybody else, I don't know if that sounded like. He wouldn't say. But it sounded to me like he was guarding LeBron. I was kind of interested to see if that was going to be the case, but I'm assuming that is going to be it. But you need that guy. And you also need a guy, as I've told you over and over again, like T.J. McConnell. Remember when we had a lot of these nerds around here, a lot of these dorks that worry about draft capital, then the cap spacers, and, the future picks and all this crap that I don't give a squirt about now. Seriously, not 1 ounce of nothing about. Everybody's worried about that. Everybody's worried about that, or worried about how, well, if you play TJ, that's going to stunt the growth of somebody else. You know what? You play the guy that is helping you the most at that moment. How hard is that to understand? And once again, T.J. McConnell in that second quarter brought the energy that is necessary for this team, of which we have talked about forever. No, I don't even have to get into the Miles Turner argument stuff. I'll get into the T.J. McConnell stuff. He is necessary. All right? Playing at that level, up and down the floor of energy, is a skill. If it wasn't a skill, all these dudes would do it, and they don't all do it. He is important to this team coming off that bench, and you saw it again last night. Saw Miles go for, 26, I think, in 10. And I even mentioned Buddy Hield. I always thought, this was me, too. I'll blame me for this. I've always said, if Buddy Hield's not stroking the three, then he can't be out there. But he was out there, and I don't know if I've ever seen Buddy Hield try to play defense as hard as he did last night. Dude had 11 rebounds, had 4 offensive rebounds. And late in that fourth quarter, if you remember, there are a couple of different times the Pacers got offensive glass, and that is, along with their defense, one of the positions of desperate need. And really on both sides here, both offensively and defensively, is getting on the glass. So, hung with it. All right, latest regarding Andrew Nembhard. I'm going to hit a break and come back with Bob Lovell coming up on the other side. According to Tony East, the Pacers still evaluating, looking for the results of test. Andrew Nembhard won't play tomorrow. Rick Carlisle says it sounds like he avoided a long-term injury, which is good news. And if you heard Eddie Gill a little bit earlier, he didn't know, but he saw Andrew Nembhard walking around. So that was much better than I think our first glance at that injury last night looked really bad. So hopefully we get something concrete a little bit later on this afternoon. Again, Coach's Tavern. Hey, we're downtown on a Bud Light Blue Friday. We have Colts Steelers tickets to give away. That is coming up next Saturday afternoon at Lucas Oil Stadium. And we've got conversation. Colts and Bengals, which is a biggie, coming up on Sunday in Cincinnati. Tom McCarthy of CBS. He's got the play-by-play call. He's going to join us. Mike Wells still to come. Don Fischer. And Bob Lovell joins us on the other side. Coaches Tavern downtown, Bud Light Blue Friday. We'd love to see you here. Get you set up with some tickets, maybe a fantasy camp with the Colts as well. Your chance to win's coming up. 93.5, 107.5 The Fan.
Everyone's talking about Galaxy Concrete Coatings and their transformation, like your neighbor Jerry.
When we first started looking for different options, we went to the internet. Really, we did choose Galaxy, and definitely happy that we did. We first had our front porch and our pool deck done. Decided we loved it so much, we had them out about 10, 11 months later to finish up and do our back porch.
Commercial or residential, 4 times stronger than epoxy, and it comes with a 15-year warranty.
The crews at Galaxy were great. They actually cared about my property, very punctual, knowledgeable, and just a great group of workers.
Galaxy Concrete Coatings works for any area like patios, garage floors, driveways, and around pools.
I'm 100% satisfied. It's not slippery and it's not hot. I was very impressed with the product. It's amazing that I don't burn my feet and my 6-year-old doesn't fall.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com and remember to like us on Facebook, GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com. We are out of this world.
Hey, I got a great idea for you just in time for Christmas. If you love golf or you know somebody that loves golf and you're looking for a Christmas gift-giving idea, my friend Ted Bishop and Legends Golf Club in Franklin, they have a deal for you for the golfing seasons of 2024 and 2025. That's $199 a year. Greens fees, now some exclusions apply, but we shall see. With that price is going to be absolutely unmatched throughout Indiana, especially at the level, the best the Legends Golf Club in Franklin is right now. I want you to call Ted Bishop. Make sure you or somebody you love that you know that loves golf this holiday season's covered. 317-736-8186. Again, the Legends Golf Club in Franklin, $199 for each year of the golf seasons of 2024 and check that, 2024 and 2025. Indeed, $199 a year. That's Ted Bishop today. Legends Golf Club in Franklin, 317-736-8186. Do it today.
Hellsberg Diamonds presents Great Wedding Speeches.
Put your hands together for the father of the bride.
Kara, honey. Boy, am I proud of the woman you've become. And Craig, my man, my brosa. When Kara first introduced us to Craig, boy, I knew he was the one right away. He tells the greatest jokes, he smokes a killer brisket, and he knows what team to root for, don't you, buddy? Whoop, whoop. So, when he proposed to Kara, with that awesome ring from Hellsberg Diamonds, boy, we couldn't say yes fast enough, could we, honey?
That's right.
Lab-grown diamond, emerald cut, big sparkle. It's a great ring, picked out by a great guy. He's like the son I've never had.
But Dad, I'm your son, Donnie.
Oh, right. Well, you're great too, Johnny.
For over 100 years, Hellsberg Diamonds has been customizing engagement rings of the highest quality. To learn more about our great selection and transparent pricing, visit our experts at a Hellsberg store near you or at hellsberg.com.
Bring it in, Broheim.
Hey, JMV here, our friends at Sundown Gardens and Miss M's Home and Garden are having a candy cane draw for customers this week. You can draw your candy cane to see what you will save on all interior Christmas decor. Save anywhere from 20 to 50% off all interior Christmas decor at Miss M's Home and Garden and Sundown Gardens. And they also have live trees, greenery, garland, wreaths, and poinsettias too. And that candy cane draw going on to see what type of discount you're going to get. Sundown Gardens in Westfield. That's sundown.gardens.com. Again, easy to find too in Westfield, 186th and Spring Mill Road. Miss M's Home and Garden. It's on the south side, far south side, in fact, around Bargersville, 135 south of Whiteland Road. Sundowngardens.com and MissMsHomeandGarden.com today.
Red Hot Chili Peppers, live in Indianapolis. Anthony, Chad, Flea, and John, live on stage. Red Hot Chili Peppers with special guests Otoboke Beaver and Iron Tom. Ruoff Music Center, July 25th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit redhotchilipeppers.com.
Don't you love fall in Indy, but hate to paint? Do what your neighbor Mark did. He called Rhino Shield.
It's a two-story home built in 1992. Around 2001, looking at needing to paint, I heard a radio ad. With Rhino Shield, you won't have to paint again for another 25 years.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating, better than paint.
They're very professional. We had everything done. Everything that would typically be painted on a house was done, and it was very fast.
Our 25% off special is now extended through December. Plus, receive a free game console just by having Rhino Shield applied by spring of 2024.
It was done in 2001. From what I've seen on our home, they can easily offer a 25-year guarantee and not worry about it.
Remember, you have until the end of December to receive 25% off. Plus, get your job done by spring of 2024 and receive a free game console. Restrictions apply. Here's owner Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
BullseyeEventGroup.com and the Colts VIP Tailgate presented by Hayes & Sons Restoration. All you can eat, all you can drink. Celebrity chef from Fox, Kelsey Murphy, and more. You got to get your tickets now. BullseyeEventGroup.com.
The Hoosiers face the Auburn Tigers in Atlanta tomorrow at 1 on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
The Ride with JMV.
You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Friday, Steelers Colts tickets to give away. Join the crowd. We'd love to see you down here. Eddie Gill, Aaron Nesmith, Pacers. That matchup with the Lakers tomorrow night out in Vegas can be heard right here. And again, that watch party, the watch party sold out at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Andy Moore, Automotive Group Hotline. More on that in a second. Our friend Bob Lovell, Indiana Sports Talk, joins us. Your 14 Central Indiana CarX locations. Run by Joe Childers, CarX.com today, where I just had the truck was given an oil change. Always good. And the great folks at CarX, at CarX.com. And Bob joins us. Hey, Bob, high school-wise, big night tonight. Forum Tip-Off Classic coming up at Southport Fieldhouse tomorrow. Pretty big weekend, is it not?
It is, John. It's, December. You're getting ready for the holidays. You're starting to play some basketball. So, the Forum Tip-Off Classic is one of those great single-day events. And it's a big night. Some great games all around the state, as you would expect on a Friday night.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at that schedule, too. I think it came out back in September. But for the Tip-Off Classic tomorrow, what time is it officially underway with Southport and Greenfield Central? Bill Zick's back, I should say, not back at Southport, but back on the south side again at Southport. And Greenfield Central's got some talent there this year, doesn't it?
Greenfield Central is a cycle of some really, really good athletes. They had a great run in football, as we were able to talk about. They're ranked 14th in 4A, really solid. You've got that attitude. You've got that winning attitude in the hallways, and everybody's excited about what they're doing. And that's what they're about right now, and it's a great place to be. Playing New Pal is similar stories, same conference, same thing you say about Greenfield Central, you say about New Pal. Both teams have had great football seasons, tremendously talented. Both are solid in basketball, so that's a pretty good matchup. One of many down at Southport tomorrow.
Yeah, the 2 o'clock starts, Warren Central and Center Grove. Chris Byers right back at Warren, obviously, and Zach is down at Center Grove. A couple of talented teams at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
I think that's a great way to put it, John. They are talented, and clearly at this stage you're still trying to figure out what's going on, but both are ranked for a reason. Center Grove started out the season in some polls ranked number 1, and so, you got young guys trying to find their way along, but what makes this such a neat event is that you find out an awful lot about your basketball team very quickly. And so you're going to see a lot of that coming up tomorrow.
Hey, I was going to tell you this. I had to go to a business lunch, and you're going to laugh about that on Wednesday, maybe? I think it was on Wednesday.
Did you put a coat
business
tie on?
lunch. Oh, yeah, I did, yeah. I barely wore long pants, Bob, as you know me. But
my goodness.
I ran into one Luke Basso, who was leading the way that I know you know certainly now very well over at IUPUI.
Well, he's a great guy. I mean, he really is. He's energetic, enthusiastic. His enthusiasm is contagious. He's the new AD at IUPUI. He's got great vision. I think they got the right guy. I think he'll do great things while he's there. I've had a chance to spend some time with him. Everyone should be rightfully excited about him being on board and running what I know is going to be a continually improving athletic program at IUPUI.
He is excited as well. And also, here's some more excitement. How about the Sycamores of Indiana State and their one-loss start to this point, 2-0 in the Missouri Valley, coming off that win Saturday over Bradley. I talked to Josh Schertz earlier this week, too. Get some local players. I mean, the Conwell kid from Pike that went to South Florida is over in Terre Haute. Isaiah Swope from Castle went to Southern Indiana. He's there as well. Josh taking advantage of the transfer portal, and he got a pretty good team going on at Terre Haute.
He does, and I love the matchup. I mean, it's USI at Indiana State, and so you know Stan Gerard as well as I do. He's a tremendous player at USI, and they got him to come back. They got the right guy for their program. These are two programs that, as years continue, this will develop into a great rivalry, and there's a lot of Indiana flavor in this matchup. And obviously, your Sycamores are playing. They're playing as well as anybody in the country right now, to be honest.
I don't know what the net ratings has as far as meaning this early in the season, but it had them 22nd, so automatically I embraced it. I just don't know what the hell it is. I don't know what it means this time of year.
Yeah, you love the net ratings then.
I do. I embraced it.
You think it's the best metric out there, for heaven's sakes.
Thank you very much for that particular metric right there. All right, what's on tap for the show tonight and tomorrow night, per usual, Bob?
Well, we have a lot of high school basketball coming up tonight, John. I mean, there's some really good games. Fischer's and Kokomo may be the best game around on Friday night. That's number 1 and number 5. Flory Badunga. Yeah. If people haven't already heard the name, they're going to continue to hear it throughout the season. He's absolutely tremendous, and going to see a lot of good things tonight. You have Westfield and Bethesda Christian, Lawrence North, Fort Wayne, Guerin Catholic and Heritage Hills coming up tomorrow, John, in the shootout at Southport. If they haven't seen young Mr. Sisley at Heritage Hills, he's being recruited literally by everybody in the Big Ten. And every high major program trying to recruit this young man, and he's only a junior, and so there's a lot to get excited about watching him. And those are just some of the matchups around the central Indiana area and around the state. Some really good ones. Again, you're getting into December, and you're still trying to figure out. This is an important time because, once you get to Christmas, your practice time is going to be limited. You're going to maybe get in some tournaments or things like that. But right now, you're still playing those Friday, Saturday, those kinds of back-to-back nights that you need to have and need to get prepared for to carry you through the rest of the year. So it's a big night down south, down in your neck of the woods, brother. Lagodi Forest Park, is that big enough for you? Or Bloomfield and Clay City, is that big enough for you?
And shout out to J.B. Neal, the head coach down at Bloomfield, too. But
yeah,
and his son's pretty good too, Blake. My team, the Thunderbirds of Eastern Green, they're playing in the old gymnasium, the one that I played in. They play North Knox
on JMV Court
tomorrow
night. They named it JMV Court
on JMV Court tomorrow night. Yes, so I may have to make an appearance down there for that. I'm sure I still have stuff in my locker there too, because they never cleaned the locker rooms ever.
It would be my guess. It's still there.
I put a turkey sandwich in the rafters back in 1979 when I was in third grade. I swear to you, I found it again when I was a junior in high school. So, true story.
And these are the kinds of stories that make you JMV.
All right, buddy. We'll be listening tonight, tomorrow night, man. Have a fantastic
All right, Johnny.
Have a fantastic show. Thank you, buddy.
See ya.
It's Bob Lovell of Indiana Sports Talk. That is a true story about the sandwich right there, too. Coach's Tavern downtown, Bud Light Blue Friday. Steelers Colts tickets to give away. Colts fantasy camp passes to give away, too. Tom McCarthy, bottom of the 5 o'clock hour. Wells, Don Fischer, and more coming up next.
Query and Company.
Aaron Torres, Fox Sports Radio. Indiana is finalizing a deal to make James Madison coach Kurt Cignetti the school's next head coach.
Good defense, turnover margin, discipline, all the things that I think any Indiana fan, would be looking at in their next head coach.
Dave Rebson, the Big Ten Network.
A really good fit everywhere he has been. He's won. There's just a lot to like about this. Makes a lot of sense. I'd be fired up if I were a Hoosier fan.
Query and Company, weekdays noon to 3 on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
So I was just talking about somebody that talked to him, and I'm talking about Mark Dietel Realty earlier today at 317-755-4232. It's online. MarkDietel.com, MarkDietel.com. No matter what you're thinking about doing as far as your property and your home is concerned, Mark has you covered all the way around, every single aspect. Downsizing, upgrading, if it is something about property, whatever you're looking for, he has got you covered. He is the best in what he does. That's Mark Dietel of Mark Dietel Realty. 317-755-4232 today. Mark Dietel guarantees your home sold at a mutually agreed upon price and deadline, or he will buy it. That's Mark Dietel. Mark Dietel Realty. 317-755-4232. Tell him
every 40
I sent
seconds
you.
A child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Puccini's Pizza, Pasta, Puccini's. 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 Puccini's Pizza, Pasta, Puccini's.
Get ready for Loserville 2024, starring the ultimate losers. Limp Bizkit, with performances by Bones, with Eddie Baker and Xavier Wolf, Nate No Face, and Corey Feldman, with your host, Riff Raff, live and losing, July 21st, Ruoff Music Center. Loserville 2024, on sale now at livenation.com.
911, what's your emergency?
Por favor, necesito ayuda. Está orando y creo que me va a pegar otra vez.
I will get someone to speak with you. Please stay on the line.
Hola, tengo su ubicación. Ayuda está en camino.
Getting past a language barrier is critical when first responders help Hoosiers. That's why the State 911 Board provides special tools for non-English speaking citizens to communicate with emergency services.
Si estás en peligro, aunque no hables inglés, podrás recibir ayuda en una emergencia rápidamente.
All Indiana 911 centers began offering translation services in over 240 languages in 2019. Now, people can send text messages for help in their native language to 911 and receive a translated text back from the dispatcher. It's of great help to the deaf and speech impaired and to those in select dangerous situations.
Cuando llame o envíe un texto al 911, un servicio de traducción se asegurará que entiendan lo que está diciendo.
For more information, visit in911.net.
Gracias.
911. Before you text, voice is best.
Medical science can't prevent you from forgetting that it's trash day or stop your kids from leaving caps off markers, but it can help keep your whole family from getting seriously ill. Eskenazi Health Center is providing COVID vaccines and boosters to anyone from 6-month-olds to seniors, and they're free, whether you have insurance or not. Flu shots are also now available. Visit eskenazihealth.edu/free vaccines and learn how a shot in the arm can take a load off your mind.
From the DriveHubler.com studios, this is 93.5 and 107.5, The Fan.
WIBC HD2, W298BB, WIBC HD3, W228CX, Indianapolis.
The Ride with JMV.
Awesome! Totally awesome! All right, Hamilton.
93.5 and 107.5, The Fan.
Coaches Downtown, Bud Light Blue Friday. Thank you for joining us. Busy show so far. A lot of Pacer love. Pacers get the Lakers tomorrow night, 8:30 out in Vegas. ABC has your coverage. That's a standalone, by the way, which is, again, fantastic for the Pacers. And Aaron Nesmith joined us a little bit earlier, who had defensively, especially late in that game, Giannis. Eddie Gill also a little bit earlier. You'd heard probably about the viewing party, the watch party with that game tomorrow night at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. And I was telling Aaron Nesmith this just speaks to the level of excitement. And I will go a step further. This is hunger. This is hunger. This is why when you say, oh, JMV, what are you doing griping about the Pacers? It's early in the season. And you give me all that BS jazz that drives me nuts. I say, no. I'm holding this group to a higher standard. And you should. I'm not just making stuff up because they can play this way. You know what? They may not be a great defensive team by any stretch of the imagination, but they have shown against elite level competition in the past 2 games that they can mix in fourth quarter stops, and with their offense, that oftentimes can be enough. Aaron Nesmith, podcast 1075thefan.com. Eddie Gill a little bit earlier, too. Tom McCarthy, bottom of the hour of CBS. He's got the call of the Colts and the Bengals coming up on Sunday. If all of a sudden you're a little bit more troubled about that matchup, we'll talk about that. And I think you have a decent reason to be. Don Fisher's got IU and Auburn in Atlanta coming up tomorrow. Purdue north of the border in Toronto for the Zach Edey game. They're going to take on Alabama. So a busy day to say the least. And your chance to win Steelers Colts tickets with our friends from Zinc and Bud Light and fantasy camp passes from the Colts here too. Coaches Downtown, Bud Light Blue Friday. Andy Moore on the Bud F Group hotline. It's a friend from ESPN Radio, Mike Wells, who joins us now. What's been your impression, especially in the last week, what we have seen from this Pacer team versus Boston Monday night and then yesterday against the Bucks?
Well, first off, John, I got to tell you, if your favorite member of the Wells household, Layla Wells, doesn't watch her mouth, I'm going to send her to the south side of Indianapolis, and she's going to be living with you and Laney because she is straight sassy.
Whoa. We got a little sass happening today, do we?
Yeah. Hey, Layla, JMV said,
come on now.
Your mouth, girl.
Bye, JMV.
Hi, Layla. I love me some Layla. She knows that.
Yeah, I just dropped her and her friend off at middle school practice, and she giving me attitude talking about I'm talking too loud because I'm too excited to be going on the air with you, man.
Oh, Layla. Knows better than that. Little Brownsburg practices. I think the Center Grovers, I think they took the afternoon off. I don't know about that. Friday, you got to get in that gym and you got to practice.
You got a big game on Friday. I mean, this weekend, man.
Well, yeah, that group. This is the school team. I'm not involved in that one, and they're probably saying thank God. But yeah, I am involved in the one this weekend where we play at Beach Grove for. I think Pike is in it, Warren's in it, Monrovia, and Ron Colley's in that one for some sort of championship.
Nice.
I don't know what the initials are anymore. I get lost with MYTB or GBYL or whatever the hell it is. I don't know what it is.
Nah, I get it. All right, so what was your question again? Now that I done
your impression of the Pacers Monday and then last night. I was talking to Aaron Nesmith, and this is this is the level of play, and I'm not saying consistently, but this is the type of level of play that I expect from this group. And he was talking about expecting that from he and his teammates as well. What's been in your impression, especially in the last week, from what you've seen?
Honestly, it's funny. I went to lunch with Gary Washburn, who covers the Celtics for the Boston Globe, on Monday, and he was under the impression that he'd be getting ready to go to to Vegas with the Celtics, and he didn't think after what the Celtics did to the Pacers earlier in the season in Boston, put up that 150 piece on them about that. But the energy from the Pacers watching the game, I wasn't in the building. They have the mindset, which is led by Tyrese Halliburton, that it doesn't matter who they're playing, that they're going to outscore them. I'm not going to say they're going to play a hell of a defensive game because, as we've all seen at different times this season, defense and Pacers don't go hand in hand. But you think about who they've beaten this week. Jrue Holiday, Tatum, and Jaylen Brown all on the same team. Then you go out and knock off the supposed dynamic duo, the new dynamic duo of the Eastern Conference with Giannis and Dame Lillard. It's not like they got to the championship game of the IST by beating a bunch of slappies. Their mindset is following their leader, the cocky. I don't want to say cockiness, but the confidence of Tyrese on what he's doing, and everybody else is falling behind. And what I've liked about what Tyrese has done, he's putting up those points along with throwing dimes without turning over the basketball, man. I mean, his consistency is just off the charts. I mean, nobody's going to be perfect from turnovers, but Tyrese is out there and he's being so productive without being sloppy.
To Mike Wells of ESPN Radio, he's with us. You're right about that. I mentioned to Aaron Nesmith that's the amazing part to me, because it's not like he's making these easy passes to sidestep turnovers. I mean, he's making high-level, difficult passes to teammates, and then he's keeping everybody involved and everybody comfortable offensively, and then understanding his role when it's time for him to take over, too. That is a lot of stuff on a dude's plate right there.
It is. And this is not a case where, Halliburton's, got to be a Jason Kidd and just mainly worry about distributing. The Pacers, in order to be successful, they need him to score and also control things out front from the point position and distribute and get those dimes. So it's a combination of the two. And not many people can do it at the level. We know there's guys that can drop dimes left and right, guys that can give you a 30 or 40 piece easily, but there's routinely, the 4, 5, 6 turnovers in the game. Halliburton is making those, sometimes quote unquote risky passes without turning it over. He is a sight to see, and it is beyond comical right now what he's done. Going back to what Wally Zerbiak said last year about him and the All-Star situation. I mean, Wally Zerbiak should be flat out embarrassed for making that comment, because not only is Halliburton an All-Star, at some point if the Pacers keep rolling, he'll be in that MVP conversation where it's routinely talked about the Joker, Giannis, and Joel Embiid. Halliburton will be right there in the mix.
To Mike Wells, who joins us, he's also, along with this group, you talk about a portrait they are painting for this team in the now and this team in the future. You could have not have, up until this point, scripted this in-season tournament for the Pacers any better, because it was a standalone Monday night, and that was the best atmosphere that we have seen in the NBA at Gainbridge Fieldhouse so far this year. And Aaron Nesmith said it was the best atmosphere he's ever been a part of. A night in December at Gainbridge Fieldhouse on a Monday night. And then you compound that with, having Halliburton, to having this team, the youth, and, playing an offense where you get up and down the floor and make things happen, something that basically everybody that plays basketball absolutely loves. It seems like everything, at least cosmetically, on the surface right now is going beyond right for this organization and team.
Yes. Hey, don't you remember, wasn't it about a week and a half ago, where Tyrese was put up all these great numbers? But they went 500 in the month of in the month of November.
Mike, I ripped them this time last week. I was ripping them because of the way they played in Miami. But here's why: because my expectations are much higher than everybody else's. We still have people living in the world from last year of entertaining losses, and these guys don't want to hear anything about that. These guys expect more from themselves. And now, Mike, we have seen them. We have seen them even defensively play at a much higher level, of which I think we should expect from here on out. I don't want this to be a flash in the pan. Hey, we're on national TV, and that's great. I don't want this to be – I'm trying to think of something. I don't want this to be like – remember that drink, Not Your Father's Root Beer? And it had a week-long run where everybody said, I got to go out and get that. That's awesome. And they couldn't keep it on the shelves, right? I don't want it to be like that. Or remember that classic radio station that was over on the northeast side of town, and they played classic hip-hop for about a week, and everybody loved it for about a month, and then it faded away. This cannot be a short-term fade. This has to be who they are in the future to be about, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've talked about this to nauseum, about how they have to turn the corner. There is zero excuses for not turning the corner. I mean, we saw, what was it, about a year ago when they went on a run, there was excitement, then all of a sudden the injuries happened and everything. They have to find a way to stay – they have to find a way to stay healthy. They have to be able to stay healthy and keep it rolling. They can't have a stretch where they go on a 4 or 5 game losing streak or they lose 8 out of 10 games. It can't be that tease or that appetizer like, all right, we're going to give you a sample and then fall back to reality. No, they're here and they have to stay here. And I will love it if on national TV, like you said, standalone tomorrow night, 8:30 p.m. on ABC against LeBron James. I can't discredit what he's been doing when he's about to turn 39 years old. But they knock off those dreaded Lakers, and then not only get that $500,000 in cash prize, but you also continue to send another message where all eyes are going to be on your franchise.
You know what else? What else is really gratifying is, and I haven't done it, and you probably follow me. Mike Wells of ESPN Radio's on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline, but having Miles put up 26 and 10. And then I get a lot of nerds around here. There are a lot of dorks, really everywhere, both in media and then just people that listen that kind of just sidestep that a little bit. Oh yeah, Miles played really well. Oh, okay.
Hey,
it was just last week when I got clown emojis last week. I'm not getting jack squat right now. So the fact that everybody shuts up about that is very gratifying to me, Mike.
Hey, and that's what I'm about to say. When Miles has that 4-point game, 5 rebounds, no blocks, and the guy that he is guarding predominantly in the game goes for 25 or 35 and 12. Yeah. They're like, hey, all of a sudden Miles is your boy. Miles is quote unquote your boy again. But nobody's saying, hey Jay, did you see your boy Miles go out and do the damn thing? I bet you're not hearing that, right?
Nobody. I think, and I know their names, like Justin Sanders. There's a Justin. I think one of them is a coach down at Franklin Central. Everybody can just take a big smooch off my rear end right now. Seriously, Mike. Seriously, just a big old smooch right there. Because I love how I sit here right now, and I'm right about that, and all these clowns have been wrong. That's very gratifying to me.
Dang, you even dropped a name up in there, man. What was that guy's name?
Oh, no, I'll drop names. Hey, I'll name names around here, Mike. Don't get me wrong. I'll name names.
Hey, all I know is I'm going to be watching, John. I'm going to be watching the live reports from Las Vegas on Wish TV, man. I'm going to be watching the only station in India, the only indie station that is in Las Vegas. I will be watching.
Ooh. Well,
man.
If Hagan wasn't doing his thing this afternoon and was here, we may get a response to that. I would watch it too, and that'd be great. But unfortunately, I don't think I've received in my home Wish TV Channel 8 since 1995. It's been a while.
Well, hey, the Pacers are doing so well. I haven't had Wish TV since January of 2020. The word COVID was not around. But I'm going to go to my neighbor's house who has Wish TV because they're the only station in Indianapolis, from Indianapolis in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go watch it, man, and let our good buddy Hagan know about it.
Well, hopefully they're able to flush their toilets over there too. That's a good thing. You got to be able to flush your toilet. If you're going to send AC to Vegas, you hope to be able to flush your toilets over there regularly. You know what I mean?
Hey, here's you know what one of the best parts about all this is, and
what is it?
Routinely every Friday, we often, no matter what time of year it is, we start with the Colts. We are 20 minutes into this segment.
Yes.
And that's the first time the word Colts have come up. And it's good because of where the Pacers at. I mean, people probably forget that the Colts are on a winning streak, but the Pacers deserve their credit on what they're doing. In fact, they're having watch parties, man. We talking about watch parties.
It's sold out. They got a watch party sold out. Sold out. And I know it's free tickets and all, but you still got to get your ass up and go down here to Gainbridge Fieldhouse, and it's sold out. And, Mike, what it does, it magnifies to everybody what I've been saying. This is what a winning, and people say culture, and I hate using the term culture, but I will here. This is what a winning culture can breed right here. This is how starved, this is how hungry this fan base is. And really, this is where, when you said, hey, you mentioned the guy that used to get on you all the time about Miles, there have been plenty of them. But this is common ground that we can all find right here. Because it's been a long time for fans, and I'm talking about both Pacers and Colts, and a long time for those that cover this team. And as we all know from working in this market, it is much better for you, much better for all of us. People are more excited, want to read your stuff more when there's things going down for the good, when they're winning, positive things are happening, as opposed to when it's consistent negativity. And you can see over this past week how starved this fan base in Indy is.
Yes, I mean it is. I finished on my last week of classes in Bloomington. Obviously, all my classes are based on sports journalism, and the first thing all the students wanted to talk about on Tuesday, all they wanted to discuss was the excitement of the game on Monday against the Celtics. I had a couple students who were at the game, and then yesterday there was so much excitement in talking about the game also against the Bucks. So. That probably is, outside of the Damian Lillard trade, the only time students have talked about the NBA in general first in my class this semester.
No, that's great too, and really that holds for the Colts, because when you think about it, I mean this season to a degree, because you're not finding anything whatsoever out about Anthony Richardson, your long-term future. I mean, this could easily be a lost, a wash, obviously the sequel of Richardson next year. But, now you're giving fans around here something to be excited about, something to talk about. And hopefully they don't trip up at Cincinnati on Sunday. But I just, to me, for doing this for 19 years, and I've been through the times when everybody was ho-hum, Mike, about winning. And you have too. Ho-hum about winning. Yeah, they're going to win, 12 or 13 games. Oh, the Pacers are good. And we've been through those times, and those are the great times. But it has been so long around here with a consistent level of success, you can see how excited the fan bases of both teams are about this. And, I know this, for me doing this job, it makes it a lot easier. It makes it a lot more fun, makes it a lot more listened to. And it just is good in general for the fan base. And you can see that coming out of them right now.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong. As far as I know there were stretches, when Oladipo was here, and then obviously when Paul George was here and stuff. But I think as far as the excitement level, the potential, and I'm not saying the Pacers are contenders in the Eastern Conference. Of course, I can change my mind if they keep rolling, but. 2014, 2015, as far as the anticipation behind it. I know, again,
And Oladipo, obviously Oladipo and the Oladipo team in the postseason against LeBron and the Cavs. That was the last time I saw anything. To the level of, what was that, 18?
They probably had a chance. They had a legit chance to win, to knock off LeBron and the Cavs. So, but the fact, even if we say it's 2018, we are knocking on the door of 2024. And that's how long it's been. It's been over 5 years since that happened. So I think the city, the state needs to embrace them. And, if the Pacers win tomorrow night, I think they're sending a message to the league off of it, considering the 3 teams they would have beaten this week to win the in-season tournament. So it's fun. And I don't know about you, but it took me the longest damn time to understand how this damn tournament operated. What was the procedure out of it?
Yeah. And with that too, before I let you go here, you can't come back off of this, and you come off this Saturday night, and you're in Detroit on Monday. You go back to Milwaukee on Wednesday, so that's going to be a turnaround against the Milwaukee team that's probably going to have a little bit of fire. Washington at Minnesota. You can't come back out and lay eggs here. And I recognize how they looked 4 times against bad teams, whether it's the Blazers or the Hornets or the Bulls or the Raptors, or how they looked and got dismantled by the Magic at home prior to this. That's why I mentioned a little bit earlier, you can't come out of this and just lay eggs and look bad again. You want to make sure now that as you raise the bar in these games in front of a national spotlight and a national audience, that you're able to maintain. And I hope that they're able to do that, because that's going to be a challenge. I mean, let's face it, that is going to be a challenge coming off of this win or lose tomorrow night.
Yep. Hey, oh my God! And you said they got Milwaukee next week.
Oh, they got Milwaukee coming up on the 13th. That's a Wednesday in Milwaukee. So what are you going to take the over-under on Damian Lillard going right at Halliburton for that whole
I'm going to tell you right now,
time kind of deal?
I'm taking it over. I'll take the over on Dame plus 30 points in that game.
He just faded away. I mean, he did, and I don't think he is. But there were points in that game outside of the third quarter where he looked washed. Did he not?
Yeah, no, you're right. But, yeah, I think for him, well, first of all.
He's not. Don't get me wrong. He's not. So.
Yeah. Hey, I did find it funny, though, that he made that comment about staying humble when his ass has been doing that nonstop. He's always asking something, gesture. So, you just because you had it done to you, don't take it personal when they do. I mean, just because you've done it, don't take it personal when somebody does it back at you.
Yeah. He forgot about the time when he waved playoff P off the floor in Portland, right? He forgot about that? When he waved at him, remember that? He waved playoff P off the floor. So, yeah.
Yeah, so now, hey, are you going to be at the watch party tomorrow night?
Well, I am not going to be at the watch party tomorrow. I don't know where I'm going to be tomorrow night. That's a hell of a question you ask. I honestly don't know where I'm going to be coming up here in about 3 hours. I don't know where I'm going to be. So,
all right, well, you know what? Hey, I know you're going to be at Beach Grove High School on Sunday. Good luck. Hey, good luck to my girl.
Yes. Before I let you go, I'm taking our team to Back 9 next Saturday after the Colts game. So if you and the lovely, my best friend, Layla, want to come down and hang out at Back 9, take some swings and hang out, you're more than welcome to.
Let's go. We are in. I will let her know when I pick her up. Hey, unless she's being a pain in the butt when she gets to the car, I'll let her know. But yeah, I told her, I said, I'm about to go on JMV. I'm shipping you to the South Side. You're going to be going to Center Grove High School, or you're going to Roncalli High School if Laney makes a switch.
Yeah. All right. Well, you tell her if you guys want to stop out next and hang out with us on the 16th over at Back 9 after the Colts game. Do so.
All right, my brother. Hey, have a great weekend and good luck, all right?
You too, buddy. It's Mike Wells of ESPN Radio right there. Tom McCarthy of CBS. He's got the Bengals and the Colts coming up on Sunday. We'll dive into the Colts conversation with you coming up on the other side. Bud Light Blue Friday. We've got tickets to the Steelers game. We've got Fantasy Colts Fantasy Camp passes to give away, too. Join us. Sign up. 93.5, 107.5 Fan.
This is the Colts Preview on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. Here's the voice of the Colts, Matt Taylor.
Good afternoon. Welcome inside the Colts Preview today, brought to you by Arby's, where all season long tackle your hunger with the $5 Colts deal at your local Indianapolis Arby's locations. That's 2 sliders, a small curly fry, and a small drink for only $5. Arby's, we have the meats. Shane Steichen met with the media today and ruled out tackle Braden Smith with a knee and running back Jonathan Taylor with a thumb for the Colts game on Sunday against the Cincinnati Bengals. Smith will miss his 5th game of the season, and that means rookie Blake Freeland will start at right tackle as he did for Smith from weeks 6 to 9 earlier this season. Taylor is going to miss his 2nd straight game with his thumb injury that stems from the Tampa Bay game 2 weeks ago, so Zach Moss will be the featured running back again for the Colts coming up this weekend. Cornerback Juju Brents, who has not played since week 7 with a quad injury, was not ruled out today, so he's got a chance to play on Sunday. And linebacker E.J. Speed has not been ruled out either, despite not practicing much this week. Defensive tackle Grover Stewart will play in his first game since week 6 after serving his 6-game suspension, and the Colts welcome him back after having some trouble against the run during his absence. The Colts also got some help last night with the Steelers falling to the Patriots on Thursday Night Football, so that puts the Colts now in the 6th spot in the AFC playoff standings at the moment, but a lot can change on Sunday. The Colts are 7-5, the Bengals are 6-6, and the winner has the head-to-head tiebreaker over the other heading down the home stretch of the season. It'll be Gardner Minshew and the Colts against Jake Browning and the Bengals on the banks of the Ohio, and those two quarterbacks actually squared off in college in the Apple Cup in 2018. Minshew at Washington State, Browning at Washington, and they'll do it again this Sunday with playoff implications on the line. Sunday's game starts at 1. All the coverage here on The Fan begins at 10 a.m. with the Colts pregame huddle. And that's it for the Colts Preview today, brought to you by Arby's on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Hey, it's John here for Aurora. That's Aurora Sleep Clinic. Seriously, if you or somebody you know struggles with snoring, let's do something about it right now. Get that private consultation. StopYourSnoreNow.com. I'm telling you, I wear it because I used to struggle with snoring. I no longer do. It's a mouthpiece. Simple, comfortable, affordable. Again, you wear it at night, snoring stops. And I tried everything prior to that did not work until I went to Aurora Sleep Clinic. So if you or somebody you loves this holiday season struggles with snoring, let's do something about it. A great gift-giving idea. But get that private consultation today. Aurora Sleep Clinic. StopYourSnoreNow.com. Again, StopYourSnoreNow.com.
Everyone is talking about Galaxy Concrete Coatings and their transformation. Like your neighbor Dennis.
In the process of refinishing my garage and, trying to turn it into a man cave. So I started searching, online, and I ran across Galaxy.
Galaxy Concrete Coatings is not epoxy. It's better.
First thing I wanted to do initially is I wanted to repair where the concrete had eroded. They said they could do that. I said, well, heck, let me go ahead and get the entire floor covered.
Commercial or residential, 4 times stronger than epoxy, and it comes with a 15-year warranty.
They were so courteous and respectful of the home and the property. And when they're done, they cleaned up, picked up, swept up. It was like they were never there.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com now. That's Galaxy Concrete Coatings. And remember to like us on Facebook. Galaxy Concrete Coatings. We're out of this world.
I would recommend Galaxy over any other competitor, hands down. You're going to be taken care of and you're going to be satisfied. These guys know what they're doing.
The 2nd annual Indy Classic powered by Sports Tech HQ returns to Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Saturday, December 16th, Ball State takes on Indiana State, followed by the Purdue Boilermakers facing Arizona in what should be one of the best college basketball matchups of the season. Tickets are going fast. Visit Ticketmaster.com to secure your seats today. Saturday, December 16th at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Don't miss the Indy Classic powered by Sports Tech HQ.
Your floor is the unsung hero of your home. What other part of your house gets walked over, jumped on, scraped up, spilled on, and used as much? That's where LifeProof's luxury vinyl plank flooring comes in. Our premium flooring is durable, scratch-resistant, 100% waterproof, and antimicrobial, so it can take everything life throws at it. Plus, it comes in a variety of colors with a realistic wood texture and is easy to install. Make sure your floor can stand up to life's toughest tests with LifeProof. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
The Ride with JMV.
And the beat goes on, yeah. And the beat goes on.
93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
Hey, welcome back. Aaron Nesmith of the Pacers from Vegas. Pacers got that championship in that first ever in-season tournament in Vegas coming up tomorrow night against the Lakers. Aaron Nesmith, Eddie Gill, who's out there from Pacers TV and actually Pacers Radio in this case. Mike Wells of ESPN Radio just a moment ago. Live at Coach's Downtown, Bud Light Blue Friday. We've got tickets to give away for the Steelers and the Colts and a Colts fantasy camp pass or two a little bit later on. But on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline, you'll be a part of the broadcast in Cincinnati. That is coming up on Sunday. Part of CBS, Tom McCarthy joins us. Hello, Tom. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. You guys got a lot going on. The Pacers and everything.
Yes. It is going to be like, I'll give you a great example. Like the Pacers are out of town in Vegas right now, but coming up next weekend, because the game was flexed to Saturday, we're going to have the Colts and the Steelers at 4:30 Saturday afternoon, and you have a two-game college affair going on here at Gainbridge Fieldhouse right next to where I am right now. And one of those matchups would end up being Purdue and Arizona. So there's going to be a lot going on. This is and you know this to be true. I mean, there are just times of the year, weeks of the year when things just seem like, even if they don't, playoff-wise, championship-winning-wise, we're seeing things just seem to mean more. And that's kind of like right now where we are.
I agree with that. I mean, I always think that the beginning of for baseball season with college basketball overlapping and the NBA playing and the NFL, but for me, it's college basketball and baseball because I do those two. That's the time of year that I think there's such an amazing buzz to it. But I also think this time of the year, as with college football, college basketball, the NBA, the NHL, the NFL. I mean, there's so much going on. There's enough to keep us all busy, which is a good thing.
So clearly the Phillies did not take a swing at Ohtani, correct? Is that what I gather?
Well, I think they probably took a swing, but I don't think that I think realistically, I don't think that they felt like it was a good fit. It's a lot of money, obviously. Well, I shouldn't say they didn't think it was a good fit. I think he'd be a good fit for anybody. But I just think that they probably did take a swing. Obviously, they've kept it quiet like everybody else has kept it quiet. And, it's if it is Toronto, it's I'm surprised, but I'm not, only because it is an amazing international city. There's a huge Japanese population. They're paying him a lot of money. I still am surprised.
I just kind of view it, and this is not comparable whatsoever, but to me it'll end up being like Juan Soto. It'll be a year or two there, maybe some disappointment, and then he'll end up in New York.
He could.
He
could. I did think he was going to wind up in, let's say, San Francisco. It just felt like that was going to be a good fit for him, or it was going to be Los Angeles. So I thought it was going to be the National League. I'm surprised to see, if it is indeed true, that if it is Toronto that he's on his way to, then I'm surprised by that. But, hey, listen, it's good for them. I mean, it's going to be a heck of a draw for them. Good for them.
Tom McCarthy of CBS, he, James Lofton, Jay Feely, Tiffany Blackman have a part of this broadcast coming up on Sunday. In Cincinnati, what did you make, I guess, of the short-term now evolution of Jake Browning, the quarterback of the Bengals? Because we kind of wrote the Bengals off a couple of weeks ago with that injury to Burrow, and they looked far from a team that was ready to be written off on Monday night in that win in Jacksonville.
Yeah, I thought they saved their season. Now they're going to have to do it again this weekend against the Colts. I mean, the Colts probably feel the same way because of the way the records are set up. But I think it's important from a tiebreaker standpoint for the winner of this one. But I did think the Bengals saved their season on Monday because I was there when Burrow got hurt. I did the game on Westwood in Baltimore. So I watched it happen. It was, the vantage point in Baltimore is such a good one. I basically saw the whole thing happening. And it was weird because it was just a pass. So I wrote them off. I mean, I thought that they could be competitive because of Joe Mixon, because of Jamar Chase. because of their defense. I think their defense is solid. But watching Browning that night, I just thought he looked like a backup quarterback that hasn't played a lot in his career. But I think against the Jaguars, they, found some things that he's good at, which I don't know if they'll be able to do it against the Colts, but found some things, little screen passes, little dump offs to Chase, things like that. And I think that their leaders kind of stepped up a little bit because I think they all realized, hey, man, if we don't win this one, we are absolutely done. But now we've got all these matchups against the AFC coming up, so we could do something and make something happen.
Tom McCarthy joins us. He's got the call on CBS in Cincinnati for the Colts and the Bengals on Sunday. I had mentioned this. I would have much rather, coming at it from a Colts standpoint, seen the Jaguars win and maybe take, as you mentioned, that hope away, that motivation of hope away from the Bengals. And now, because they win, they got motivation, they got hope, and that may create a relatively lofty edge for them on their home field on Sunday.
Well, I do think they're loose. I mean, being at practice today and being, meeting with the players today, they're a pretty loose bunch. So, but I also think that they recognize that they did kind of save themselves this weekend. So, if I were any team, I would have preferred for the team I'm facing to get knocked out. And I'm not saying they were out; they wouldn't have been out, but in their mind, I think they would have felt like, oh, man, this is going to be the biggest uphill battle we'll ever have to get back in it. So I still think it's good. I think it's going to be a good game. Somebody said to me a couple weeks ago when I told them I was doing this game, they said, well, hopefully there's something to play for. And I think obviously both teams have something to play for.
You have been around and called sports for such a long time. I'm kind of curious your thoughts. I've said this, and, not only are we going through that with Gardner Minshew and no Anthony Richardson right now, but you see that, going down to a degree in Cincinnati with Jake Browning. In the past, you've seen scenarios like we have here in Indy where, obviously Gardner Minshew is not your long-term future in any sense, and you're not getting a look at what you hope to be an Anthony Richardson. But there's something to be said about winning when the expectation to start the season of winning was not there compared to being the start of the season favorite. Is there always something maybe a little bit more about that? I know it's an underdog process, but is there always something a little bit more about that type of season compared to those seasons when you're the actual favorite?
Well, I do think there is. And here's my thought is that you can turn a franchise around in a heartbeat. I mean, you can in the National Football League.
Yeah.
You have to make some good acquisitions free agent-wise. You have to draft really well. In the Colts case, the fact that, when Richardson went down, even before that, they probably weren't thought to be able to be a playoff team or at least a deep playoff team. But I also think it shows the importance of these backup quarterbacks. So backup quarterbacks in the National Football League this year have now played 60 games. And that doesn't include Josh Dobbs with the Minnesota Vikings because he didn't start week one with them. He was with Arizona. But everybody aside from Dobbs, backup quarterbacks, 50 games. I think that's so yes, there is something to it where you can exceed expectations and maybe speed up the process of a turnaround. But I also think there's an indication it's really important to make sure you have a backup quarterback because the way this league is, man, you go through them fast. You really do.
It's funny. You go back here, Tom, to the Manning era, and this is nothing at all. I love Jim Sorgi. Jim Sorgi, the backup quarterback, is still around here and a great dude. But I didn't give a damn who was the backup quarterback then because with the expectations, if Manning were to ever go down, much like you saw at the end of Manning being in Indy, if he goes down, turn off the lights, it's all over. But anymore, the philosophy that you're talking about right now is true. You have to have an ample backup. And I'll give you the case in point with the Colts. They get Browning on Sunday, and the rest of the way, depending upon if Desmond Ridder is or isn't or whatever happens with Atlanta, other than C.J. Stroud, it's all backups. It is amazing the way this season is broken down and amazing how we look at backup quarterbacks now compared to, for example, how I viewed it back during the Manning era here.
I agree. I mean, and the durability of somebody like Peyton, is, I'm not saying it's unheard of nowadays because obviously guys get hurt. It's, there's not much they can do about it. But I agree. I totally agree with it. And, you've got two guys going this weekend that have a chance to go to the postseason. I mean, look at Brock Purdy. I mean, with the 49ers over the last couple of years. I mean, nobody ever expected he was going to be a starting quarterback. But, these guys evolve and you find them. And, if you get them into a good system and an understanding system, then you're in pretty good shape.
Tom McCarthy's got the call on CBS. James Lofton, Jay Feely, Tiffany Blackman as well coming up on Sunday in Cincinnati with the Colts and the Bengals. He's on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline. My major concern, and I want to see if you agree with me on this, is this to me is going to be the best skill position set with the Bengals, regardless of the quarterback or the signal caller that their defense has faced all year. And given the circumstances in that secondary, when you're looking at Chase and Higgins and Boyd, and then complement that with what you have and mix it in the backfield, that is incredibly troublesome to me in this matchup, offense to defense.
Well, I think that one of the big things for me that I see is, and I know Gus doesn't blitz, he doesn't have to, but getting to Browning, because I don't think he'll be able to do the same things he did against Jacksonville because of the rush that the Colts provide. I really think that's going to be a huge key to give those guys in the secondary, because I do agree with you. I mean, Boyd is healthy. I watched him run around today at practice. Higgins is really good. Jamar Chase is on a different planet. Their tight end set's really good. Mixon obviously is their lead back, but they've got this other kid, Chase Brown, who had a nice night the other night against the Jaguars. But I just think the pass rush, I'm really excited to see it. I watched I just rewatched the game from last week, and I think that's going to be important, is to try to get to Browning and try to cut off some of those short passes for him.
Hey, Tom, before I let you go, I know you do a lot of college basketball as well. Obviously, we're watching what Purdue has done so far. And, losing at Northwestern last week in overtime was tough on them, too. And I mentioned Purdue and Arizona coming up next Saturday here at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. What teams are standing out to you? Because we kind of hit that interesting run here in December where you get some conference and then non-conference games mixed in. But what stands out to you about what you've seen so far in this college hoop season?
Well, I really think Purdue is on a different level in a lot of ways. I've enjoyed watching them play from a distance. I think there's some really cool stories that are happening around college basketball. One of them is the Princeton Tigers, as strange as that sounds, that they're playing the way they are. I did St. John's the other night. Not that they are of the upper echelon right now, but I think that they're going to be a good team as this year goes on. I think Rick Pitino has kind of figured some things out. I am continued to be amazed at the impact of the transfer portal, which I know affects everything. I know it does. But it stuns me to see how many guys have been able to move. I think it's had more of an effect on college basketball, and I know people will probably disagree with this, more effects in college basketball than it has on college football. But I think a team like Creighton in the Big East is really good. I mean, they're 7-1. I mean, the Kalkbrenner kid's really good. Big matchup on Saturday on CBS, Illinois and Tennessee. I think that's a fun one because I think Illinois is really good. And I've watched a lot of UConn, and I think he's got a chance to go after another national championship. I mean, they've got a lot of balance, and he is a heck of a coach. So I think it's going to be a great year. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's funny. Before I let you go, you mentioned the transfer portal, and then you can add in NIL. Dusty May, the head coach of Florida Atlantic, went to high school together, and he's a good friend of mine. And I know, both on the air talking and then off the air talking, the lengths in which he had to go to keep that group, that Final Four team together is absolutely incredible. Tom, I'm telling you, these guys, are getting ready to play, for a regional title, and they're getting calls from people representing this and that. It is absolutely and phenomenally crazy.
It's crazy, and I still think something has to be done to regulate it, but it is absolutely crazy. I mean, think about what's happened in college football. I mean, Kyle McCord leads his team to a one-loss season and on the brink of going for national, and they want him out of there, so he's moving on to somewhere else. I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Well, the fact if Marvin Harrison Jr. is really and literally thinking about returning because the NIL money is better than what he would get in the first round, I may fall out this window where I'm sitting right here in this bar. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
I'm with you.
Hey, man.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Hey, I appreciate it. We'll be watching coming up on Sunday. You and James and Jay and Tiffany together in Cincy, correct?
Yep, that's it. Good group. Looking forward to it, though.
Hey, enjoy the game, Tom. We'll do it again, and we'll work in a little bit more college hoop, too, the next time we have you on. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Thanks. Have a great weekend.
It's Tom McCarthy of CBS. He's got the call, play-by-play man for the game. Get the Colts and the Bengals coming up on Sunday. We're at Coach's Tavern downtown, Bud Light Blue Friday. I've got Colts Steelers tickets to give away and fantasy camp passes, too, while you're here. Join us. Bud Light Blue Friday, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruptions. And it's only getting faster. When I was their age, internet like this was a pipe dream.
You sound like my grandpa.
Please go home.
The next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 75 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, got a great idea for you. Yes, WeGrowHairIndy.com. If you want your real growing hair again, just a phone call away, 888-724-5129. Let Darren Andrews find out all about what you're looking for and get the job done for you. That's 888-724-5129 or WeGrowHairIndy.com today.
We're the Hellsberg Wedding Band, and this is for the lovers out there. Ooh, gonna propose riding on a horse, wearing a tuxedo, shirtless of course. That Hellsberg diamond will dazzle her eye, and she'll say yes. Well, then she'll cry. Now put your shirt back on, guy. For over 100 years, Hellsberg has been customizing engagement rings of the highest quality. Plus, with Hellsberg's transparent pricing, you know you're getting the best price. Find her ring at a Hellsberg store near you or at Hellsberg.com.
Hey, John here for LD Smith Plumbing. Lance and his local team at 317-927-7186. The best in plumbing, and the simple fact is you want to make sure you have endless amounts of hot water. Go tankless today at a great price. Installation, craftsmanship, all of that is the best in plumbing. Go tankless today with Lance and his local team at LD Smith Plumbing. 317-927-7186. Online, that's ldsmithplumbing.com today.
Butler University's men's basketball action continues at Hinkle Fieldhouse this Saturday with a noon tip-off against the Pac-12's Cal Bears. These Bulldogs are delivering the Butler way. Coach Thad Matta's reshaped roster has started the season strong with unselfish play, timely shot-making, and toughness. The Dogs look to stay undefeated at home and close out the non-conference schedule with a big winning streak. All aboard with Coach Matta and these new-look Butler Bulldogs. Get to Hinkle on Saturday. Visit butlersports.com/buy tickets. Want to cut heating bills without cutting comfort? Lower utility costs and enjoy warm and consistent comfort with a highly efficient furnace from Luxair. With Luxair's consumer rebate program, educators, nurses, first responders, military personnel, and veterans can enjoy exclusive rebates on qualifying purchases of Luxair equipment. To learn more, call G-Team Mechanical at 765-376-3042 or visit gteamhvac.com. They'll recommend a system tailored to your home that provides comfort, energy savings, and lasting performance.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
BullseyeEventGroup.com and the Colts VIP tailgate presented by Hayes & Sons Restoration. All you can eat, all you can drink. Celebrity chef from Fox, Kelsey Murphy, and more. You got to get your tickets now. BullseyeEventGroup.com.
Spoiled supermarket meat, sawdust like fillers, artificial preservatives?
Hold on there. I'm veterinarian Dr. Marty Goldstein. You don't want your dog eating any of that. These potentially harmful ingredients are found in many of today's popular dog foods, but not in Nature's Blend, a freeze-dried raw dog food with real cuts of meat, omega-3 rich seeds, and superfood veggies and fruit.
Nature's Blend is designed to help support your dog's playfulness, healthy skin, soft coat, easy digestion, and youthful mobility.
Your dog will go bonkers over Nature's Blend savory flavor and texture.
For a limited time, save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and receive a free festive holiday dog sweater with select orders. Go to drmartypets.com/diet or text diet to 511-511. Text diet to 511-511 today.
I guarantee it with a 100% 90-day return of your purchase price.
Offer available while supplies last. Tax fees may apply.
It was this kind of hilarious moment last year where they started to try and cancel like dead people. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, like John Wayne was trending. Oh my God, did you see what John Wayne said in 1971? I can no longer tolerate dead for 45 years. John Wayne.
From his Netflix specials and F is for Family, Bill Burr, live. Saturday, March 9th, Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Reserve seats on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Bill Burr, live.
The Colts head down I-74 to play the Cincinnati Bengals. Coverage Sunday morning at 10 on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
The Ride with JMV.
Can you fly this plane and land it?
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Man, my bad. I haven't had a lot of time for you guys at 239-1070. I will have coming up at the 5 o'clock hour, if you'd like to jump on, talk about the Pacers last night over the Bucks. Pacers championship game and that in-season tournament in Vegas tomorrow night against the Lakers. But we have been busy today. Eddie Gill joined us from Vegas from the Pacers radio network, the former NBA guard. Aaron Nesmith, who, honestly, regardless of what you think, stat line wise, or Giannis having 37, he was huge and will continue to do so and be in that capacity last night. Aaron Nesmith joined us a little bit earlier. Bob Lovell, high school tonight and tomorrow night, collegiately speaking too. We talked to Bob about that. Mike Wells, ESPN Radio, 5 o'clock hour, or check that, I'm sorry, 4 o'clock hour. Tom McCarthy, CBS, he's got the call. Tom McCarthy, along with Jay Feely and James Lofton and Tiffany Blackman coming up on Sunday. That's in Cincinnati with the Colts and the Bengals, and a lot of breakdown on that with Tom. Podcast 1075thefan.com for everything right there. But on the other side, live from Coaches Downtown on a Bud Light Blue Friday, voice of the Hoosiers, Don Fischer. IU on the road in Atlanta versus Auburn. We'll talk to Don about that and a lot more. And you and me at 239-1070 on the other side. 93.5, 107.5 The Fan.
Touchdown, Michael Pittman! Ball game! I-N-D-Y!
At 7-5, the Colts' road to the playoffs next goes through Cincinnati.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs.
Yes.
You kidding me? Playoffs?
Playoffs. With a 4-game winning streak in tow, the Colts travel down I-74 to tame the Bengals. Sunday morning coverage begins at 10 with a kickoff at 1 on your home for the Colts, 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Hey, correct me if I'm wrong. Was that like a kitten meow right there? Is that what that was in terms of the Bengals? Hey, John here. Yes, on location per usual and telling you exactly how you can stay. You can remain warm and comfortable in your That's with John and Chris Love at Love Heating and Air, 317-353-2141. I know through summer and then in the fall, your system has probably taken a beating. And then what can happen is if you don't get it serviced, if you don't get it checked out, work efficiently, leaving you colder than normal in your home and costing you even more money to feel like that. So don't be in that condition. Call on John and Chris Love at Love Heating and Air today. 353-2141. Mention my name. They'll give you $95 off the visit to make sure you're warm and comfortable, and give that system a checkup today. 317-353-2141. Mention my name. Get $95 off. That's love-hvac.com today.
Let Bill Estes put you behind the wheel of the powerhouse brands that define American toughness. Ford, Chevy, Ram, and GMC. Right now, save up to $15,000 off MSRP on Chevy trucks. Unleash the power of the road with Bill Estes Trucks. Find the location near you and see their inventory at BillEstesTrucks.com.
Prices include Costco membership rebate of $1,000. All rebates and incentives included in final discount. Stock numbers BCI 230444, BCJ 240066, BFB 230713. TRX Raptor and ZR2 models excluded from all offers. See dealer for details. Offer absolutely ends January 31st, 2024.
John here, I got a great idea for you this holiday season. If you're thinking about a great gift, do you love golf, or do you know somebody that loves golf in your family, friend, whatever? I've got it for you. The best golf course in the state of Indiana, Legends Golf Club down in Franklin, and my friend Ted Bishop has this deal going on until Christmas Eve. Are you ready? We're talking about the golf seasons of 2024 and 2025. $199 a year. $199 a year for both right there. It is an incredible deal on the best golf course around. And all you have to do to get things rolling, call Ted Bishop right now, 317-736-8186. Remember, the price will go up on Christmas Eve, and you guys so far have reacted fantastically to it. I just want to make sure everybody gets the opportunity before this deal goes away. Because this, for the golfer in your life or you, the golfer, is a deal you cannot pass up for the holiday season. The Legends Golf Club in Franklin. Ask for Ted Bishop. Call today, 317-736-8186.
Everyone's talking about Galaxy Concrete Coating and their transformation, like your neighbor Mike.
Well, the local company that we used first was highly recommended by people in our neighborhood. We did not know until after it didn't work on our floor. It just peeled up like a cheap suit. And so my wife says, we got to do something. And so she started looking around on the internet, and she found Galaxy.
Lots of styles to choose from. 4 times stronger than epoxy and a 15-year warranty.
We got Galaxy out here. They got here at about 8 o'clock in the morning, and they finished up at 6 o'clock that night. Other than having a beautiful garage floor, you couldn't tell they were here. Just did a wonderful job on it.
Galaxy Concrete Coatings works for any area like patios, garage floors, driveways, and around pools.
Still looks fantastic, and anybody that visits our house, that's all they want to talk about. I mean, they just can't believe how nice the garage floor looks.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com and remember to like us on Facebook, GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com. We are out of this world.
Hey, it's Big Joe for your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer, Reinhardt Heating and Cooling. Owner Danny Reinhardt says putting his kids in charge of more of the day-to-day operations of the business was the plan all along.
It makes me really proud that I know that I can turn it over to my family and they can take care of things, and I've got all the confidence in the world in them. And that's the legacy I'm proud to leave.
A great family-owned business, Reinhardt Heating and Cooling. 317-745-4526. Reinhardt, your trusted local independent American Standard dealer.
Hey, it's JMV for the best in plumbing. Lance and his local team at LD Smith Plumbing at 317-927-7186. Here's team member Jennifer to tell you all about their holiday specials.
Thanks, JMV. Dry skin and limited hot water got you feeling like you're on the naughty list? Ask about our tankless water heater for $39.97 and water softener special for $15.99. We'll have you on the nice list in no time. Santa almost fell out of his sleigh when he heard this deal. It's only valid till February 28th, so don't delay.
317-927-7186, ldsmithplumbing.com.
Luxair is the intelligent way to keep your home comfortable. Luxair units are designed, engineered, and assembled to last. To become a dealer, 317-926-6061.
From the DriveHubler.com studios, this is 93.5 and 107.5, The Fan.
WIBC HD2, HD3, Indianapolis.
The Ride with JMV.
Let me have a Diablo sandwich, a Dr. Pepper, make it fast. I'm in a damn hurry.
93.5 and 107.5, The Fan.
Oh, busy show live from Coach's Tavern downtown. I'd love to see you here. I've got Steelers Colts tickets to give away on the Bud Light Blue Friday. You know, we got great food here. We've got Colts Fantasy Camp passes to give away, too. Another reason for you to get down here. Busy show so far. Pacers in the final against the Lakers tomorrow night at 8:30. Of course, that is the in-season tournament, the first ever in the NBA. We had both Eddie Gill from the Pacers television and radio network joined us earlier, and then Aaron Nesmith from the Pacers squad, who had a lot of guarding responsibility on Giannis last night. Aaron Nesmith joined us earlier. Mike Wells of ESPN Radio. Tom McCarthy, the play-by-play voice, coming up on Sunday with the Colts and the Bengals in Cincinnati. Tom from CBS joined us earlier, too. Podcast 1075thefan.com. Let's get down to it right now. Got Auburn and Indiana. Now, here's the wrinkle tomorrow. That's a 2 o'clock tip from Atlanta, State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. So 1 o'clock is the pregame coverage. It's on right here, 93.5 and 107.5, The Fan, tomorrow afternoon. Again, 1 o'clock is the pregame coverage. I'm assuming live from Atlanta, Georgia right now, our good friend, voice of the Hoosiers, Don Fischer. Hello, Don.
John, how are you?
You live in Atlanta? Live, local, and late breaking?
Yep, we got here about 2:45, I guess, this afternoon. So, yeah, we're in Atlanta at the Marriott Marquis.
Good, and hopefully you're really close to State Farm Arena, because if you have to do anything inside a car or a bus in that town, it's a stinking nightmare. So hopefully you're within some sort of walking distance and everything's okay, hopefully.
Yeah, we actually can get there with a little 6-7 minute walk, so that's not a problem.
Nothing wrong with that. What do you think about a game like this on the December schedule? You know, coming off and really starting the season in the Big Ten, 2-0, Maryland, and then obviously in Ann Arbor, Michigan earlier this week. What do you like this Auburn matchup with a good team, you know, historically good at 5-2 against Indiana coming up tomorrow?
I think it's going to be a tough game. I think they're very athletic. Bruce Pearl, as you know, plays all out 40 minutes of really pressing, pressure, defensive type of basketball. They bang the boards. They're very aggressive in rebounding, that kind of thing. And it's going to be a challenge. They've got really good athletes. They've got a big guy inside, Janai Broome, who's really a talented player and is leading them in scoring. He will give Khalil Ware a test, and Malik Renew as well down low. But I'm really looking forward to it. I think this team has made some strides here in the last 2 or 3 weeks now with their play. I think they're getting better with guys coming off the bench and performing and getting the job done. We've seen that in the last 2 or 3 ball games now with the bench actually supplying some points. So I think this is going to be a real test for this Indiana ball club, and I'm looking forward to it. I think it's a perfect time to be playing a team like Auburn.
I do too. I completely agree with you. Don Fischer, voice of the Hoosiers, on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline. I want to get to the last 2 games, but first let's go with Khalil Ware. And I certainly value your opinion more than most on this. From what you've seen so far from him, what was that thought when he left Oregon to come here, and what was said about him compared to what you know right now? What's been your impression to this point?
Well, I think the biggest thing that I can tell you in regard to his what they thought at Oregon and what they think in Indiana is this. Mike Woodson doesn't want to hear anything about Oregon anymore. He feels like he's gotten through to this kid. He's made his points with him, told him what it was going to be like when he got here, and that he was going to have to work hard and he was going to have to perform to be on the floor, especially at the defensive end. I think we've seen all of that. And this kid has obviously taken to heart what Mike has tried to talk to him about. Initially I wasn't super impressed with how hard he played, but the more I watch him, the more I see that he's kind of a glider, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
In some respects, I kind of read about it today, or read about him, about Jay Edwards today, and I was reading a story in the book that I have about him that was written by Ed Snyder, and he and Lyndon were going over their careers at the high school level. And the one thing that you noticed about Jay Edwards back in the day was he looked like he was a glider. He was a guy that didn't look like he was busting it all the time, but his smoothness and everything, I think, belied how hard he was actually playing. And I kind of get the same feeling about Khalil Ware at this juncture. He looks very smooth out there, and he's such a long athlete, but I think you get fooled that it doesn't look like he's going all that fast, but with the strides that he can take and things like that, it's amazing how quickly he gets down the floor. So at this juncture, all I can tell you, John, is that I'm really impressed with the kid. I think he is trying to do what Mike Woodson asks him to do. And as a coach, that's all you can ask for. And right now, I think we're getting a lot out of the kid because he's scoring the basketball and he's rebounding really well in both those areas that you would expect.
Now, you know what, Don? That's a good way to put it, too. A glider. And that is true. But here's what stood out to me. Because when you hear all that junk of the past, you hear stuff about a lack of engagement. And to me, if you're going to look up and down this roster right now, there's nobody game in and game out that has looked, especially recently when things have evolved for the better, more engaged than he has with this group and what they're trying to do on both ends of the floor.
I agree. That's exactly right. And at this juncture, the kid's leading them in scoring, leading them in rebounding. And, of course, you go down and look at what Malik Renew has done this year. They're a formidable twosome down low. There's just no question about it. And now we're also seeing Mackenzie Mbako starting to play his best basketball in the last 2 or 3 ball games. So now you've got 3 guys on the front line you can really rely on. We're still awaiting for the three-point shot to evolve. It hasn't just yet. But at the same time, I like what I've seen in this ball club, and I think they're playing some really good basketball right now. And again, tomorrow will be another challenge, which I think they need. I think that's the more challenges you get in this non-conference supposedly part of the season. I guess it's no longer just non-conference play because we've already played 2 Big Ten contests and won them both. But that said, I think this just gets you ready for the grind that is going to be in January, February, and early March.
You mentioned that three-point shot, and I guess CJ gives you a little bit of a taste of, man, if you could just do a little bit more with this. But, yeah, I mean, you're right. At some point you got to find it, certainly at a much more consistent level. But last time out, I guess CJ gave you a taste of it, comparatively speaking.
Yeah, he hit 2 of his 3 threes. He hit 2 of 6 shots for the game. But he had 4 steals. He had a block shot, and he played his butt off at the defensive end of the floor. He was the quickest, most athletic guy on the floor defensively in that ball game against Michigan. And I give him credit because I've been one of his biggest negatory guys in regard to what he's been able to accomplish from a shooting perspective in his 2 seasons or his 1+ season now at Indiana, because last year he struggled mightily to shoot the long ball. And this year it started out that way, too. He was 0 for 4 going into that ball game the other night from the three-point line. That signifies that he hasn't been getting a lot of playing time, of course. And primarily that's part of it due to the defensive side of the basketball. But we saw both of those things improve in that game against Michigan. And in Big Ten play, you got to have that kind of guy out there defensively and with that ability to shoot 3. And if he continues to work at it, and I know they're working with this kid to get him to shoot more consistently well and to understand what a good shot and a bad shot is. And if he figures that out and the light comes on, this kid could be a major factor for this ball club.
Don Fischer, voice of the Hoosiers. Again, Auburn, Indiana, tomorrow in Atlanta. That's at 2 o'clock. 1 o'clock is the pregame show. You can hear it here on 93.5 and 107.5, The Fan, coming up tomorrow. People have asked me this, and I'm going to go ahead and ask you this as well. And obviously it's magnified, Don, with Xavier Johnson being out. Is there right now too much on Trey Galloway's plate to be as successful as we believe he should be?
I'll be honest, I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is because Trey played without X almost all of last year. So I don't know why that would be a factor. I just think that Trey is pressing from a shooting perspective, not necessarily from the drives and the teardrops and those kinds of shots. I think he's really starting to struggle from a confidence standpoint of shooting 3. He isn't starting. It's been ongoing since the start of the season. So I think that's the biggest issue there. And I know people are talking to him that he's got to just understand you got to let it go and quit worrying about missed 3-pointers. And when the shot's there, take it. And one's going to go down, and that's going to get you started. And I think that's a big key for this kid right now. But I don't think it's got anything to do with X.
Are you watching Mbako kind of grow up a little bit It's slowly but surely here. Yeah.
Yeah, it takes time. I mean, he's a freshman. I mean, and he's in a totally different background or environment, I should say, in Indiana than he was out in New Jersey. It takes a while to get used to that kind of stuff. And for some guys, it takes longer than others. And I don't think it's taken him a really long time here. But I think the biggest thing going into the season was defensive play. I think that was the thing that he had to literally learn how much Mike Woodson and this staff emphasizes defense. And I think he's realized that now, and that's why he's been on the floor the last 3 ball games quite a bit.
Getting to the free throw line, there was a point in time, Don, when there was a bit of a freak, regardless of who went to the free throw line in recent history. But I think everybody was feeling pretty good about that this past week in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, they actually shot the ball pretty well from the stripe, and, of course, Mbaka was spectacular in that regard. He has been all year. Hasn't missed one yet. I keep trying to put the kiss of death on him, the radio kiss
I know.
we're so famous for. And I've done it almost every time, and I did it in all the tough situations that he had, the game against Michigan, and he still knocked him down, so I love it.
Well, I listen. I listen anyway, but I listen even more when it's a Peacock game, because I'm not paying for that. They can just kiss it.
Well, you're not the only one who has said that, and I think our audience has picked up significantly because of it. So I'm all for Peacock. I love Peacock.
Oh, Peacock! I'm telling you, I don't know when Purdue and IU play. That's going to be tough, but people make fun of me all the time. Oh, well, it's not very expensive, or it's not that hard to do. And I'm at a point right now, Don, where any percentage level of pain in the ass, I'm just not doing. And I'm not doing it.
Well, and that's why, John, you should be promoting Indiana University Radio Network broadcasts. You should be in our promotion department.
Don, you would love me, because I've explained to everybody how you're getting screwed here and there. If you have DirecTV, you don't get Channel 13. WTHR, smooch my rear end too, by the way, right now. Thank you very much. Everybody's screwing you over with payments, Don. We got to pay for this and pay for that. But what is absolutely positively free? Radio. Just
you got
for
it, baby.
You. Yes. So.
Now, here's the problem. Here's the only problem with that. When you go to TuneIn or MyTuner Radio or all those kinds of things, you still got to pay for it, But it's at least it's reasonable. You're not paying $19 a month for something you watch 5 times. You know what I mean?
Well, I had to explain myself too whenever what's his name up on 7 here into my building. The people that used to own the place, Walsh, when they sold the AM signal so he could buy 9 pairs of bedazzled jeans. You know what I mean? The AM signal, or they didn't sell; they sold the property. I had to explain that to everybody. So thanks a lot, Walsh.
No, I get it. I do, and my wife said the same thing you said. She usually turns the sound down on television and turns up the radio anyway. But the other night she said, I just turned on the radio. I didn't even worry about television. She said, and it was actually kind of pleasant. That was really nice coming from my wife.
I sat I blank you not on this. I sat in my living room, and I had an old jam box from like 1992. I clicked it on radio, had it on, and in this case in our building, 93 WIBC, and you and Eric and John came in loud and clear, and I didn't think anything about it. I just relaxed and sat back and listened. That was me. Thank you, Peacock.
Well, yeah, thank you, Peacock. I'm loving Peacock. I love those people to death.
All right, we do have a bit, as I mentioned earlier, too, a wrinkle tomorrow. Number you're on 93 WIBC. They're going through Radiothon this weekend, so you guys are on with us. 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. You guys are underway at 1 tomorrow?
Yep, we're underway at 1 o'clock with our pregame, and 2 o'clock is tip time.
Yep. You think I'm going to hear anything about Pat Walsh's bedazzled jeans here in just a little bit? Think I'll hear something about that, or is that water under the bridge?
I can't answer that question for you, big boy. You know better than I.
I'm guessing I hear about it. So that's all right, though. That's fun. I did. I had to explain about the AM thing. I will say this, Don. I'm old, and people know this about me. I'm old school with a lot of things, and I want, and I know you probably agree on this, I want people to be able to hear this product and it'd be easy and hear it anywhere and everywhere. And that's why I tell everybody every day about all the different avenues in which you can tune in, because I want everybody to be allowed in the club. And I think that's important for me. That's important for you and what you do. And, I think that comes from a love of radio, I think, ultimately, too.
Well, I think it does, too. And you know what? I grew up listening to radio more so than watching television, because we didn't even have a television until I was like 12 years old. And so I listened to radio all the time when I was a kid, loved it, and have never gotten away from it. But so many people have because of television. And I understand you want to see the whole thing, but the truth of the matter is radio is still a great venue. And here's the other thing about it, John. All those all the alumni from Indiana University all over the country can actually listen to every ball game if they want to. All they've got to do is, go to My Tuner Radio and tune in your stations or tune in the Bloomington station, and they can hear every ball game and never have to worry about TV not being able to be carrying it wherever they are. So, and of course, here's the thing, John. I went to Franklin Central High School last year. About a year ago, and spoke to 2 classes there. I don't know if I told you this or not. And I had about 115, 120 kids that were in the first class that I spoke to. And the first thing I said basically is, how many of you folks listen to the radio? These are all high school kids, right?
Sure.
Guess how many raised their hand?
2. Yeah. That's a good guess.
I went, well, yeah. I said, nice to see you, kids. See you later. Because the whole thing I was about ready to present went right down the tubes with that. So at any rate, but here's the thing.
No,
They listen to the radio on their phones.
Yes.
That's what they do now.
Yeah.
So they don't even listen. They don't actually. The only time they listen to the radio is if they're in their car, and that's if they can get somebody to turn the damn music off. You know what I'm saying?
That's exactly. Yeah. That's why, Don, it's important for us to tell them where we are and where you are and where it's easy. And that's why it's important for us to explain to everybody, again, all the different areas and avenues in which you can tune in, as you mentioned earlier, because not everybody's going to tune in on this radio station or on the Tuner app or another radio station covers Indiana basketball throughout the state of Indiana. It's important to make sure we always and consistently put that message out there so people are in the know.
Exactly. And Learfield, the company that I work for, that's our parent company for IU Sports Properties, Learfield puts out an app now called the Varsity app, and you can get every college basketball game in the country. Any time a broadcast is being done on radio, you can hear it on that website.
In those years before you had TV in your family, did you guys sit around the radio and listen like the Waltons?
No. My dad always wants to watch. My stepdad always wanted to watch Lawrence Welk, or he wanted to watch the Friday night fights. Brought to you by Gillette. Those are the things, the 2 things that we had to listen to if we were going to listen to radio and TV and all that kind of stuff. And TV was, like I said, until we got one, they were not involved. But once we got one, we still weren't involved because my dad wanted to listen to Lawrence Welk and all that crap.
Did you guys sing along with Lawrence Welk's shows? Like sing along with the songs?
No, we did not want to encourage my dad that we liked it.
Lawrence Welk had the bubbles, right, floating around everywhere?
Oh, yeah. A 1 and the 2.
Yes. I sometimes I get Lawrence Welk confused with Perry Como, but I thought that Lawrence Welk had the bubbles. Yeah.
Yeah, he had the bubbles. Exactly.
All right, well, we're going to make sure everybody here locally has IU Hoops beginning at 1 o'clock tomorrow. That is the pregame show. Auburn and Indiana, tips from the State Farm Arena. That is down in Atlanta, Georgia, tomorrow at 2 o'clock. And you can catch Don Fischer and Eric Soar and John Herrick and have a good old time. Do you expect a big Indiana crowd to be down there?
Well, this is the largest crowd they've ever had for this event. This is the 10th anniversary of the Holiday Hoops Giving. Don't ask me where they got the name, but this is supposedly the 10th year. Yeah, this is supposedly the 10th year for this event. Auburn has played in it the last 3 years now, and the State Farm Arena where they hold it is where the Atlanta Hawks play. But they're supposedly the biggest crowd they've ever had for this event tomorrow because it's Indiana here in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, well, there you go right there. Good fun. You get fun. And I'll tell you what, Don. Yeah, go ahead.
About 11,000 tickets, I believe, have been sold for this game. It's a 16,000-seat arena. So, obviously, it's a good outcome for the group that's putting this thing on. And, obviously, a lot of those 11,000 will be Indiana fans. But there'll be a bunch of Auburn fans there, too, because they're only like an hour and a half away from here.
Yeah, that'll make it nice for them. But, I mean, IU fans obviously will travel. When's the last time, I was thinking about this, the last time that you called a game in Atlanta, Georgia? Was that back during the Final Four of 01? Of 02,
that would have been, I think we were here in 2012 when Indiana played Kentucky.
Yes, you're right. I forgot about that. Yeah.
So. That was the first year of Cody Zeller and Vic was a sophomore and all that kind of stuff, or junior, whatever he was. Yeah.
I got you. All right. Hey, we'll be listening tomorrow, even without Peacock playing a role in it. We'll be listening coming up tomorrow.
Oh, I wish. All
right, buddy. I appreciate you. Have a great night. We'll be listening tomorrow, and safe travels back here.
Hey, thanks, John. Appreciate it. See you.
Don Fischer, voice of the Hoosiers on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline. I will say this, and I know that I'm in it, and I've been doing this for 19 years, and I probably wear you out to a degree on it. And I'm incredibly biased, but radio is such the best. It is such the best. And here's the other thing, and this is what I try to do, and I know probably sometimes I don't actually make it across the finish line with that, but I try to give you on a daily basis here, and then on Saturday nights, I try to give you stuff that I know that you're not going to get like right now when I'm on anyplace else. So that's why I always wanted you to be a destination. And people ask all the time, why aren't you talking about, this national story here or national story there? Because my thought has always been you can get that anywhere you want on all these other avenues and get that wherever you want. But I always want you to know that when you come here, it is going to be about stuff that you care about and about stuff that you're invested in. That's what matters the most. And in terms of Saturday night, I try to do something on Saturday night that I know in the past was incredibly popular, but unfortunately, because of where we are now, has basically gone away, and that is caller-intensive music. So I play songs, you talk over the songs that you request. It's almost like you're the DJ, and you rarely, if ever, get that opportunity. That used to be a staple of radio. And for the most part, that has gone away. People have asked me before, hey, why don't you just voice track on Saturday night? You could just voice track 6 hours. Well, then it wouldn't be the JMV takeover. Then it wouldn't be bringing you in. Then it wouldn't be anything unique whatsoever. Then it would be like everything else in music radio for the most part today. And I know this, if I'm going to haul ass downtown every single Saturday night from 6 until midnight, outside of the Christmas music window here, then I'm going to do something that is going to be fun and enjoyable, not just for you, but for me as well. So that's always been kind of the thought process with me and radio. And again, I know I'm incredibly biased, but that's why I will always prop up radio as much as possible. And I know Don was doing that right there. And Don was right. Don mentioned that his wife Susie had kind of just relaxed and sat back and listened to it on the radio, because he didn't have Peacock, and that's exactly what I did the other night. And, there's something to be said about it. When you're in a car, it's one thing, but when you're at home doing it, you probably rarely, if ever, do that any longer. And, man, that was a recall to a day that was very enjoyable. Getting a load of Peacock, check that without Peacock, and just listening to that IU Michigan game on the radio this past Tuesday night. Hey, Coaches Downtown, another way that we help you out is we're trying to get you to the Steelers-Colts game coming up a week from tomorrow. Remember that. So we got Steelers-Colts tickets to give away I've got a couple of passes to the Colts fantasy camp coming up too. Ice cold Bud Light on a Bud Light Blue Friday. Coach's Tavern downtown. We got more Colts conversation, top of the hour. Colts happy hours coming straight at you, and a busy show, including a lot of Pacers conversation so far today. We'll double back on that and a lot more coming up. Don't go anywhere. Live on a Bud Light Blue Friday, Coach's Tavern downtown on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Living healthy is challenging, but it starts with one step. Whether you're ready to take that first step or ready to step up to a new level, the Personal Training Experience will help you do it on your schedule in your home. It's a complete fitness solution with a program customized just for you. They provide the equipment and come to you with 100% in-home training. Workouts will always be challenging, but making them work for you doesn't have to be. Start today by signing up for a free in-home workout at thepersonaltrainingexperience.com.
Hey, it's WeGrowHairAndy.com. That's 888-724-5129. If you want the option of your real growing hair, my guy, Darren Andrews, will tell you all about it, all the different ways and means in which they can help you out with WeGrowHairAndy.com. Make that call today. Get that private consultation. 888-724-5129 or WeGrowHairAndy.com.
The countdown to Christmas is on. Take a break at Twin Peaks and bring the crew for a holiday celebration. Need some last-minute gifts? Grab a Twin Peaks gift card in-store through December 24th and score a bonus card for yourself valid in January. And Twin Peaks is honoring the pursuit of brews and barrel-aged bourbon every Wednesday at their Bourbon and Brews Party. Get to Twin Peaks from 5 to 7 p.m. to experience a lingerie costume party paired with exceptional bourbons, tastings, and giveaways.
Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Cutting it close with last-minute gift shopping? Helzberg has you covered. It's Helzberg Diamonds must-have holiday sale. Save up to 50% off on dazzling lab-grown diamond hoops and stacking bands, diamond pendants, and tennis bracelets. Get the perfect gifts for that special someone. Last-minute shopping has never been so joyful, so don't wait. Head to a Helzberg store near you or Helzberg.com. Offer valid through December 24th. While supplies last, see online or in-store for details. Helzberg Diamonds.
Hey, it's John here. Who wants to score big this holiday season? I mean big right here. Yeah, you got that right. This is me again talking up Pajamagram. This time, my friends, Smooth Seduction Satin Gift Set. Let's talk that up right now. That is incredible. Smooth Seduction Satin is silky. It's sensuous, designed to glide over her skin and drive fellas you wild right there. That is true. Now, when you order, you'll get a satin nightie and a satin robe with a free satin eye mask, which I think is absolutely outstanding. I know what's happening there, but I like it. Wrapped in a satin cinch bag. All that deluxe holiday gift from Pajamagram.com. So log on and order that right now. You don't want to wait till the last minute and have them run out before Christmas. Pajamagram.com right now. A perfect gift for the holiday season for her. Smooth Seduction Satin Gift Set. Get that before it sells out again. Log on right now. Get one today. That's Pajamagram.com.
Red Hot Chili Peppers, live in Indianapolis. Anthony, Chad, Flea, and John, live on stage. Red Hot Chili Peppers, with special guests, Otoboke Beaver and Iron Tom. Ruoff Music Center, July 25th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit redhotchilipeppers.com.
Any more Buick GMC? That's 131st State Road 37 in Fishers. A shout out to my friend Eric Wilson. I got a text from him earlier today because Kevin, who was on the show with us yesterday, me and Brent Halverson, we were talking about Eric, and that is in terms of giving you a great deal on a new set of wheels. And, you know, there's this kind of, some people think it's a bit of a legend, right? That people wrap up a bow in the driveway with a brand new ride just in time for Christmas. But now is a great time to get that new set of wheels that you're looking for. Just talk to my friend Eric Wilson and know that you're going to get the best deal in town. Know that the selection is going to be absolutely unmatched. And know the service after the sale, which is incredibly important, is going to be there for you at one place. Talk to Eric Wilson at Andy Moore Buick GMC, 131st State Road 37 in Fishers.
Academy Sports and Outdoors Christmas hot deals are here. Shop up to 50% off game tables, up to 30% off Magellan Outdoors thermals and flannels, and up to $400 off safes. Hurry, the sale ends December 10th. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Visit academy.com/disclaimers for details.
Your floor is the unsung hero of your home. What other part of your house gets walked over, jumped on, scraped up, spilled on, and used as much? That's where LifeProof's luxury vinyl plank flooring comes in. Our premium flooring is durable, scratch-resistant, 100% waterproof, and antimicrobial, so it can take everything life throws at it. Plus, it comes in a variety of colors with a realistic wood texture and is easy to install. Make sure your floor can stand up to life's toughest tests with LifeProof. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
BullseyeEventGroup.com and the Colts VIP Tailgate presented by Hayes & Sons Restoration. All you can eat, all you can drink. Celebrity chef from Fox, Kelsey Murphy, and more. You got to get your tickets now. BullseyeEventGroup.com.
If you're talking about it,
Pierce having such a big game.
Alec Pierce, touchdown! That was a bomb! Right over the shoulder catch is made. Alec down the 5 to the 4-yard line. Alec Pierce.
What a game. One of the wilder ones I've really ever seen.
We're talking about it.
That is a 4-game win streak.
Touchdown, Michael Pittman. Ball game.
The team finds a way. 4 straight games.
Your home for Indy Sports. 93.5 and 107.5. The Fan. The Ride with JMV.
Oh, wait just a minute. Didn't anybody knock anymore?
93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
Hi there. You want to ask me something here? Hey, back at Coach's Tavern. No, you want to ask me something? Well, hey, Tony, let her have that. No, hey, put the microphone in front of her right there. See, you want to ask me something?
You guys are having the Pacer game on the radio tomorrow night, right?
You got that right. There you go.
Well, they better, right?
Aaron Nesmith joined us a little bit earlier today.
You got a player,
Vegas.
awesome.
I got a player. Yeah, hallelujah. Yeah. And Eddie Gill was out in Vegas, too. He joined us earlier. Busy show. Tom McCarthy of CBS got the Colts and the Bengals coming up on Sunday. He joined us. Mike Wells of ESPN Radio. Don Fischer just a moment ago as well. And Bob Lovell of Indiana Sports Talk. Podcast everywhere. You can find it at 1075thefan.com. Tony Donahue is standing by. I want to get to him in Fans Place in just a second. Again, Coach's Tavern, Bud Light Blue Friday, downtown, Steelers, Colts tickets to give away. That is next Saturday afternoon. And then we've got a pair of passes to the Colts fantasy camp. But Jeff writes this. And Jeff, I'm going to give you, this is per the end of Don and my conversation a moment ago. I love radio. I live in Greensburg and can't pick up your FM stations, but 93.1 and B are perfect. Thankfully, I can stream. And this is why, if you hear me every day, I give you every single conceivable angle to be able to listen to this show, because I want you all. I don't want to leave anybody behind. And when I was, made that joke about the selling of the property of the old AM signal, I know that we're moving into a new era. Don't get me wrong, technology-wise, and I know that AM to a lot of people is old, but I also know this, that we still had a number of Donut and beyond Donut County listeners that love sports talk here in Central Indiana about the Colts, about the Pacers, IU, Purdue, Butler, whatever, that all of a sudden was kind of shocked. And that's why I always will give love, and that's why I always will say, even if it's old or if it's new or if it's in the future of technology, I want you to be able to get us. Because the one thing that never changes here, the one thing that never changes is how we are dedicated to giving you a level of sports talk that you simply put will not get anyplace else. And that's the focus. That's the focus of us, of this station. Whether you're talking about the morning show with Kevin and Andy or Jake and the guys in the afternoon or me, our sole focus is to give you content that you simply put you will not get anyplace else. Now, you may get it on different, again, avenues, whether it's technology or radio, and I may wish that AM was still here and that signal was great, but that's what we do, and that's what we're always going to do right here, and that's what makes radio the best. Thank you, Jeff, for that in Greensburg. Appreciate it. Tony Donahue of Fans Place is here right now. You guys got tickets to give away, too?
Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff going on. Obviously, striking while the iron's hot with the Pacers. So we've had Pacer contests. We have a new Pick 6 contest where you can hop on, again, win those tokens, come to an awesome place like Coach's, turn it in for cash back when you throw back a few Bud Lights while watching the game throughout the weekend. What a great time. We talk about when it's racers and Pacers in May, but to have this the Colts in the midst of a playoff hunt, the Pacers doing something that we've never seen before, obviously with this in play tournament, it's been awesome. The PRI show's going on downtown right now. So
now that is the performance racing industry, correct?
Yeah. So you're going to get a lot of the people that maybe own their own custom shop or they own their own race team. There was a boat ton of people there. Coaches, a place like this will be hopping tonight. It's awesome for the city, and then you get the excitement of the game coming up tomorrow night. Pacers out in Vegas.
Now, you have any drivers that attend this?
Yeah, I saw Santino Ferrucci, Rico Abreu, Kyle Larson's there. A lot of them. Tony Stewart is there. You come and do some autograph sessions. Yeah. It's great. So people from all over the country are here. It's one of the biggest racing industry shows in the country. Obviously, what a perfect place to have it here in Indianapolis, and got to go over there, host a podcast, talk about the Fans Place and kind of the predictive contest that we do for IndyCar, and our friends at the shop put up all the shirts and prizes for that. So that was cool. And shout
out to Brian and Alex at the shop in Broad Ripple and Carmel.
So it kind of worked out. Figured I'd slide on over, say hello to you, enjoy a nice cold Bud Light, and I get to go to your old stomping grounds tomorrow. I've got a double header at Terre Haute.
Really?
I've got Rose Holman boys and girls hoops tomorrow against Mount St. Joseph.
That's
so
new.
Good.
That's still new to me when you say Rose Holman girls, because when I went to Indiana State, just all those dorks over there with their slide rules and their Texas Instruments calculators had to run over in their sweatpants to my parties to get the sniff whatsoever of one girl.
Yeah, well,
one girl would be around.
Imagine how many lives you changed with that, John.
Well, those nerds still didn't get anything, but they did come over and they put $5. They put $5 in for the beer.
And you...
I switched. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was Busch Light, but you said it was Heineken or something along those lines.
I switched back in the day. We switched the cap in the day. But
there's nothing wrong with that.
But the moral of the story is the nerds that I'm talking about from Rose Holman in the day are much more successful than I have been. So making much more money.
Successful. Don't sell yourself short.
Yes. So anyway, hey, how can people get some tickets from you?
Yeah. So our contest we got Colts tickets for next weekend coming up here over the next week or so. Be sure to check those out. Download the Fans Place on either Google Play Store or the Apple Store. Check it out. Play in our free contest. You get 10 in a row on our daily questions. You win $100 cash straight sent to your Venmo. $1,000, you get to 20. Also, we've been doing these cool pick sixes where you're picking 6 quick answers on an upcoming game, whether it's the Pacers. Obviously, last night that was a big one. And again, you take these tokens to a local place like Coach's, which we love so much. And shout out to T. Sud, who's out in Vegas right now.
He is. I bet he's going to go to the Pacer-Laker game tomorrow night, too.
I think you're going to have to, right, if you're out there. But you come here, you say, hey, I came, threw back a few Bud Lights, had some awesome food. You upload that receipt to our app. You say, hey, I want to turn in 200 of my TFP tokens. We say, boom, no problem. We'll send that money cash back to your Venmo or PayPal. So it's been cool. We've been growing thanks to you, thanks to Bud Light and Zinc. And we're trying to get more bars on every week. I've reached out to your friends at Puccini's, too. That's a great pizza spot.
Oh, yeah, it is.
We'll see. So, it's been fun. It's been awesome. And it's crazy that we're already into mid-December here with Bud Light Blue Fridays.
Man, that is. And you know what? It's also great the fact that we could get another one, an add-on that we haven't seen. Yeah. See you later, buddy, in a while, considering they're right now in the thick of things in the AFC in the playoff picture.
Yeah, and it's exciting. People, as you know, people love when the Colts are winning, when the Pacers are winning. It makes for better ratings. People want to watch, listen, and for us, people want to get into our contest. We gave away one of the Pacers beanie hats for the Monday night game when they defeated the Boston Celtics, and we'll continue to give out a bunch of stuff. It's a lot of fun. It's an alternative to gambling. We appreciate you having us on, and what a weekend with the Pacers tomorrow night. I think they can get it done, and the Colts really controlling their own destiny. I've been saying it for a couple weeks. I mean, you look at the schedule; they should be favored in every game the rest of the year, and I'm looking to see what the horseshoe can do. And
it's going to be really difficult on Sunday too. I think it's more difficult than what people believe.
Yeah,
and not just coming off
Brownie's
of that
playing
Monday
really
night.
well. I mean, he showed on Monday night.
But they have players at positions that the Colts really struggle against. And I mean, they have the guys like Chase and Higgins and Boyd at positions against that Colts secondary that
is a bit frightening.
Did you see I think it was Chase today. His quote, I think he's 14 catches away from 100. And obviously there's incentives and bonuses that go into that in your contract, not only for this year, but the remainder of your career. And they said, we're going to go for it. So you got to make sure, as our buddy Rick Venturi always says, keep the quarterback position in the phone booth and don't allow those deep plays over the top.
Got to get pressure. Got to get consistent pressure on Sunday. All right, one more time, Fans Place.
Yeah, check out the Fans Place app. Check us out on Twitter. We're very active. We try to interact with all of our friends, especially our buddy Big Glenn. And
Big Glenn's
download it. Check into one of our awesome bars here in the city, including coaches, and have some fun and let us know your feedback. And we're just going to keep growing and have some more fun with it.
All right, Tony. Rose Holman, boys and girls.
Yeah, it'll be fun tomorrow.
I'll tell you what, Rose Holman out there, I love where they are.
Man.
It is a great campus over there.
Beautiful campus. I had it was just crazy, and I know that you and I played on a basketball court thousands of times in our lives. We had the Greenwood Christian game last night, and one of their best players ended up dislocating his ankle. And
I saw that.
It was he had 15 points. So the McIntyre family, I believe his dad's the principal down at GCA.
Oh, really?
A great school down there. So but yeah, I mean, it's kind of
GCA is a nice place. I mean, Laney will work out over there with the Marlin group. Occasionally they work out over in there.
I've played there a few times.
Good people.
And, it's kind of like racing, right? You see a crash and you're used to the driver getting out, and then when that person doesn't get up, it's a little scary. But they had their silent night at Covenant Christian. That was cool. So.
Oh yeah. So I think they're doing that at Whiteland tonight too.
Yeah, it's Taylor, I think Taylor University. Started it, and then everybody's kind of adopted a tradition, and I think the IHSA loves it. It's a way to bring both fan bases together, and here we are. We're already into December. Lots of high school and college basketball going on, and we're I think we said this earlier. We're more excited about the Pacers right now than I think we ever have been because of this in-season tournament. They're taking it serious. This is a chance to get that playoff type of atmosphere, that playoff type experience that you just can't duplicate. And for a young team like the Pacers, this is huge, and I think it's awesome. They're taking advantage of the opportunity, and they're going to give Lakers all they can handle tomorrow, and I think they win.
It has never been as exciting in this time of year for the Pacers. I mean, this time of year ever has never been
not
this
even
exciting.
With like a big rookie, because this has been it. So
and they needed all of this too. They needed what they're getting hype wise nationally. They have like Cambridge Fieldhouse has the watch party, and they're sold out on a watch party tomorrow night.
And that's perfect with the new Bicentennial Plaza next door. With the All-Star game right around the corner, 2 months away already? So that's going to be huge. That momentum is going to continue to fire. And, you know where I'm from. I'm from the armpit. I'm from the region. People always ask, why didn't you live in Chicago? And I said, well, look at all the sporting events I've gone through here in the state of Indiana and the city of Indianapolis. So it's been a lot of fun and looking forward to it.
You got it, man. It's Tony Donahue Fans Place right there. Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah.
They should win.
Nah, it's been good across the board. Tony Donahue, Fans Place.
Buddy.
Thanks, Tony.
Good to see you. I'll talk to you.
All right, we're live at Coach's Tavern. We'll come back. Remember, Colts Happy Hours at the top of the hour. We got Steelers Colts tickets to give away. We also got a pair of passes to the Colts fantasy camp as well. Don Fischer a little bit earlier, IU Auburn. This reminder, too. 2 o'clock tomorrow is the tip. 1 o'clock is the pregame. That's right here. Normally it's on 93 WIBC. Tomorrow it is on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. You have Alabama and Purdue tomorrow. That's the Hall of Fame series up in Toronto. I think everybody's staked out in Toronto looking for Ohtani right now. I don't know if they're going to find him or not. But Boilermakers and Zach Edey going back home in Canada for that game. 1:30 is that tip tomorrow. I believe that's a Fox game tomorrow afternoon, too. Actually, Big Ten teams got some really interesting matchups across the board coming up tomorrow. And keep in mind, too, IU, Auburn here, 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan tomorrow. And I'd mentioned earlier, and then all of a sudden, right as I started the show, it was sold out. Cambridge Fieldhouse has a watch party for the Pacers and the Lakers in the in-season tournament finale from Vegas tomorrow night. And that watch party has been sold out. And that just goes to show you exactly how fired up and thirsty this fan base is. Pacers, Colts, all of it for a winner. It's something I've been telling you about for a while. People just get sick and tired. Good to see you, man, and fed up. And they want to see their team win. And this past week has been phenomenal for the Pacers, organizationally speaking, for the team, and for the fan base. And we'll see if the Colts can continue to follow suit in a very important game against the Bengals in Cincinnati coming up on Sunday. Quick break. We'll come back with you right here on this show for a final time at Coach's Tavern with Bud Light and get you set for Colts Happy Hour at the top of the hour. This is 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Hey, it's Dan Dockage here. I have been on the Affinity Whole Health Testosterone Program for 10 months, and man, has it been life-changing. More energy to go out and do the things that at my age, 61 years old, I probably shouldn't be doing, like 36 holes of golf and then pickleball in a day. If you want to learn more about it, go to feelgreatindy.com and see what they can do for you. What they've done for me is they've given my active life back to me. Feelgreatindy.com.
Hey, it's Heaven Hill Distillery every Thursday. We're going to do our Larceny Bourbon Locks and Luna Azul Tequila Shots. I believe next Thursday, me and betting analyst Brent Halverson will be at Whiskey Business up off of Pendleton Pike. And that is going to be, week 15 of the NFL season next Thursday. Whiskey Business, Pendleton Pike. It's me and Brent Halverson, our betting analyst, Larceny Bourbon Locks and Luna Azul Tequila Shots. Next Thursday, 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Did you or a loved one serve in the United States military? Do you know all the VA medical benefits that might be available to you or your loved one? If you served 2 or more years in the military and were honorably discharged, you may be eligible for VA medical benefits. Some of those VA medical benefits might even be free. To learn more, simply follow VA Indianapolis on Facebook and Twitter. Follow VA Indianapolis on Facebook and Twitter. Get the VA medical benefits you earned and deserve.
If you're serious about selling your home, call Mark Dietel and his team today at 317-755-4232 or online markdietel.com. That's markdietel.com today.
Heat and cool places where ductwork won't fit using Mitsubishi electric ductless mini splits. You can even wrap them to match your decor.
Find out more at absolutecomfort.org.
The Legends Golf Club at Franklin is offering a limited number of 2-year memberships for 2024-2025 for just $199 a year. 317-736-8186. Tell them JMV sent you.
Hey, it's Amanda, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A nugget trays is that they're so easy for the holidays. They're warm and flavorful. It's always a crowd pleaser. When I put down a nugget tray, everyone is happy.
Hey, this is Brian, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A nugget trays is the joy that it brings to me and everybody around me during the holidays. They're warm, juicy, and delicious.
Cater the holidays with Chick-fil-A today. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning eternity band, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer, or maybe you're looking for that perfect engagement ring or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $300. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Medical science can't prevent you from forgetting that it's trash day or stop your kids from leaving caps off markers, but it can help keep your whole family from getting seriously ill. Eskenazi Health Center is providing COVID vaccines and boosters to anyone from 6-month-olds to seniors, and they're free, whether you have insurance or not. Flu shots are also now available. Visit eskenazihealth.edu/free vaccines and learn how a shot in the arm can take a load off your mind.
Stop in Sundown Gardens or Miss M's this week to draw a candy cane and save anywhere between 20 and 50% on interior Christmas decor. SundownGardens.com, MissM'sHomeandGarden.com.
Rhino Shield's 25% off special has been extended through December. Plus, receive a free game console just by having your job done by spring of 24.
Rhino Shield.
When Shepherd Community Center knocks on a neighbor's door, they are opening the door to hope for a life free from poverty. Hope lives here at Shepherd Community Center. Help your neighbors say hello to hope with your gift of just $23 at caringatchristmas.org/give.
Hey, it's Andy Sweeney. Join us Monday for the wake-up call. Pacers-Lakers in the championship final, and what happened with the Colts and Bengals. Join us 7 a.m. on The Fan.
The Ride with JMV.
Stand by, Stryker. We're going to the tower. Good luck.
We're going to the tower.
The tower? The tower? Rapunzel! Rapunzel!
93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
It's been a busy day here. I want to thank everybody involved. Coach's Tavern, our friends at Zinc on a Bud Light Blue Friday. Give away those Steelers-Colts tickets in a bit, too. Steelers, actually, I don't know who helped more last night, the Steelers or the Patriots. The Steelers by being awful, especially offensively, with Mitchell Trubisky and being booed unmercifully. That's a bad word right there, isn't it? I can't pronounce that with a darn. Or the Patriots for behind Bailey Zappi putting up 240 yards, 3 touchdowns, and compared to 1 interception and 21 points. Man, both teams gave the Colts a little helper going into this weekend right there. And the Patriots, a 21-18 winner to start out week 14 of the NFL on the road in Pittsburgh last night. I mentioned the Colts and the Bengals. It's coming up on Sunday at 1 o'clock. Tom McCarthy, play-by-play voice on CBS, joined us a little bit earlier. He and Jay Feely and James Blackman will be a part of that broadcast. Bengals are 6-6 and still have a great deal of belief. And more so than belief, if they could get any sort of play whatsoever once again in back-to-back situations out of Jake Browning, you're looking at Jamar Chase, you're looking at T. Higgins, you're looking at Tyler Boyd, and those are guys that the Colts will struggle with containing. I mean, anybody would, honestly. But the Colts certainly, because of their secondary situation, that is going to be a struggle. And then you look at it even further regarding the Colts, got to get quarterback pressure. That is an absolute must. Quarterback pressure coming up on Sunday. Something we'll talk about during Colts Happy Hour, and I'll bring up once again as well, coming up on Sunday morning with Colts pregame huddle. And we'll be in studio for that one. But again, 1 o'clock, Colts and Bengals can be heard on Sunday right here. 10 a.m. we will start the Colts pregame huddle. Me and Bill Brooks and the Gorman and the Colts and the Bengals week 14 over in Cincinnati. Once again, you get the Pacers, you get the Bucks coming up tomorrow night, 8:30. That game, ABC and a standalone, which is such a big stinking deal. Make no mistake about how big of a deal that is. That is coming up tomorrow night in Las Vegas, which should be a blast. That can be heard right here as well. And again, regarding that viewing party is now sold out at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. That's coming up tomorrow night. And you get the Pacers and you get the Lakers in the in-season NBA tournament. Going for the cup. This has been really, in terms of what it has done, it has been bigger than you can even imagine for this Pacer team. And while for other teams, for example, like the Lakers tomorrow night, it may not be that big of a deal. You know, they're on nationally all the time, so on and so forth. It is a huge deal for the Pacers, and it has been this week. This has been a fantastic week for them. Eddie Gill a little bit earlier, Pacers radio. Aaron Nesmith, Pacers guard. Pacers swingman, Pacers defensive specialist a little bit earlier too. Bob Lovell, Mike Wells, Tom McCarthy, Don Fischer, Tony Donahue of Fans Place. Podcast 1075thefan.com. Up next, it's Colts Happy Hour live from Coach's Tavern downtown on a Bud Light Blue Friday with 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
If you're struggling with opioids, you are not alone. Help is available, and you can take practical steps to recover your life. The new Vista Outpatient Recovery Center at Valley Vista Hospital is here to help today, starting with a no-cost assessment. Their opioid treatment program includes a medical evaluation, withdrawal management, introduction to community support programs, individual and group therapy, and discharge planning. Care is provided by licensed medical professionals. With a culture of healing and community, the New Vista Outpatient Recovery Center at Valley Vista Hospital is a place where individuals can feel empowered to seek their highest potential. No matter where you are, no matter who you are, no one is alone in recovery. You can recover and lead a meaningful life. The New Vista Outpatient Recovery Center at Valley Vista Hospital can help. valleyvistahospital.com. With limited exceptions, physicians are not employees or agents of this facility.
Barbecue Whiskey Hotline, how can I help you? You're looking for a fresh take on a classic cocktail? Something simple, sweet and smoky, delicious and smooth? The perfect drink to kick back and end the day with? That would be the Smokehouse Old Fashioned made with Curveball Barbecue Whiskey. That's Curveball with a K. Curveball Barbecue Whiskey. Smoky sweet barbecue meets the smooth taste of American whiskey.
Drink Curveball and be a bonehead responsibly. Over 21. Find Curveball at select Kroger, Meijer, and Target locations or ask your liquor store for Curveball Whiskey. That's Curveball with a K. Curveball Barbecue Whiskey.
I'm Dwight Freeney, and my friend Eli is alive today thanks to someone who said yes to organ donation. When Eli was just 12 years old, he received a liver transplant that saved his life because someone just like you said yes to being an organ donor. His story and many others like his are why I have teamed up with Indiana Donor Network and Donate Life Indiana to help end the wait for life-saving organs. You can help. Say yes to being an organ donor next time you are at the BMV.
Get ready for Loserville 2024, starring the ultimate losers. Limp Bizkit, with performances by Bones, with Eddie Baker and Xavier Wolf, Nate No Face, and Corey Feldman, with your host, Riff Raff, live and losing, July 21st, Ruoff Music Center. Loserville 2024, on sale now at livenation.com.
Your one blood donation can help save the lives of up to 3 people. Give blood through the American Red Cross to help hospital patients. Visit redcrossblood.org today.
From the TribeHubler.com studios, this is 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
WIBC HD2, HD3, Indianapolis.
It's Friday night, and your work week is over.
All right!
Kick back and get the latest on the Indianapolis Colts.
Stands in the pocket, throws it up, picked off by the Colts. 10-5, touchdown! Defensive score! Julian Blackman picks it off, but he bounces into the end zone. Touchdown!
Get up to speed on the Colts and the NFL, starting now.
Looking for the end zone for Alec Pierce, and he's got it! Touchdown! Alec Pierce, and he spikes into the end zone.
This is the Colts Happy Hour on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
All right, let's go ahead and get started here. Colts Happy Hour, 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. I swear to you, that bad boy's playing right there, my brother. You can look at it, check it out for your own. It's my man Dev, the engineer. Kurt Gerald's back at the studio. Staked out today. Thank you very much here at Coach's Tavern, the home of Tommy S., who, yeah, by the way, is out of town. Rarely is he someplace else where we have a show here. The owner of Coach's Tavern actually is in Vegas. I think he was going to see the Vikings coming up on Sunday, but probably will go see the Pacers coming up tomorrow night, considering they're in the in-season tournament finale right there. Man, a lot of hype for them. This, however, is about the Colts, and a lot of conversation regarding their matchup with the Bengals. That's coming up on Sunday. Got my conversation with Michael Pittman Jr. coming at you. That is a little bit later on as well. But no, when you look at this matchup coming up on Sunday, a lot of things come to mind, and one would be the burning question. Brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Download the app today and make every moment more. Rushing defense has been a problem this year. Over the last 6 games, the span that Grover Stewart has been out, teams are averaging 153 yards per game. Can Grover Stewart stop that bleeding? Can one player make the big difference that is necessary right here? I believe that to be true. At JMV 1070, if you would like to take a swing at that question. Grover Stewart, one of the better run defenders in the NFL, but we know the story. A 6-game suspension, PEDs. He's going to make his return to the field coming up on Sunday. Now, prior to his suspension, the Colts were allowing 113.5 per game on the ground, They had allowed 100-plus rushing yards 3 times in 6 games. Now, in the last 6 games in which Grover Stewart has been suspended, the Colts have allowed 153 yards per game and over 125 yards in all 6 games. Also, teams are averaging, this is a robust, nearly 5 yards per carry. So, yeah, that is a big deal right there. By the way, though, the Colts were 4-2 in his absence and have themselves in prime position in the AFC right now to get a playoff nod. But Sunday's really big. Sunday's really big. By the way, too, at JMV 1070, if you would like to answer that burning question regarding the return and that big deal that it is of one Grover Stewart. Colts 7-5, 5-1 this season. The Colts have been really good away from Lucas Oil Stadium. Meantime, Bengals coming off a Monday night win over the Jacksonville Jaguars, which continues them with hope at 6-6, 3-3 overall. Of course, Joe Burrow is lost for the season, injured and out. But Jake Browning got a lot of NFL people talking after that Monday night performance down in Jacksonville. And Jake Browning has a number of weapons to lean on. One of those, Jamar Chase. 86 receptions and over 1,060 yards so far on the season to go along with 7 TDs. Here's the other aspect that's very important. We talk about the Colts defensively in the secondary and having to step up, or maybe even better than that, making sure you put pressure on a backup quarterback if you're the Colts up front. But here's the other big thing, too. The Bengals have not this season been good defending the run at all. So we'll see if they can be better at that. And also, when you go back to last week, the Colts, with the running attack, it was not there in Tennessee. We know that Jonathan Taylor is out. We know that Braden Smith has been ruled out. That happened earlier today as well. But you would like to see Zach Moss become more of what we saw out of him before Jonathan Taylor got back. Zach Moss, 723 yards and 5 touchdowns, especially against that run defense of Cincinnati. You would like to see him play a much bigger role, for example, than he did this past week down in Tennessee. 7-5 Indy, 6-6 Cincinnati, and this is a big one. And it's that stretch that we've been talking about. The Colts playing against backup quarterbacks. And they're going to get another one, I'm guessing, unless the Steelers do something before Saturday with Mitchell Trubisky, which is possible considering the way he and their offense played last night. But there is a run coming up of backup quarterbacks for the Colts, and this sets up schedule-wise as well as you could possibly ask. Colts and Bengals coming up on Sunday at 1 o'clock. That's your burning question. More to come here on Colts Happy Hour. I know we have Matt Taylor and Rick Venturi for a breakdown on both sides of the football coming up with the Colts and the Bengals in that Sunday matchup. But coming up on the other side, my conversation earlier this week, one of the more unique, one of the more interesting conversations you will find in that Colts locker room is a guy that is patiently awaiting a contract extension offer from this Colts team, and no doubt will get that at some point. Michael Pittman Jr. has been a staple. He has been a foundation. He has been there, and Michael Pittman Jr. has been out there playing hurt, and has been producing. And he's a fantastic conversation. My talk with Michael Pittman Jr. from earlier this week, that is coming up here on Colts Happy Hour. Again, on a Friday downtown, we're at Coach's Tavern. Thank you so much for joining us. Per usual, Dev's the on-site engineer, and as always, Colts Happy Hour brought to you by Meijer. Meijer, the official super center of the Colts and a proud sponsor of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. My conversation earlier this week with Colts wide receiver Michael Pittman Jr. That's next. Colts Happy Hour, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan.
New beginnings.
This is a great day for the city of Indianapolis.
Colts select Peyton Manning. Bring hope and optimism.
The Indianapolis Colts select Anthony Richardson.
We got to be relentless in our pursuit to be the best.
Together, We will make memories, whether you fight with all you've got or cheer like crazy. All of us are part of something bigger. For Sundays together. For Indiana. For the shoe.
You want your car to always look its best, but you don't want to spend all day buffing and polishing. That's why you need Lucas Slick Mist Speed Wax. It's the fastest way to a showroom shine. Just spray, wipe, and admire the results. Check out the entire line of Lucas Slick Mist products at lucasoil.com. Lucas Oil is the official oil of the Indianapolis Colts and is used throughout Lucas Oil Stadium. Lucas Oil, it works.
Colts fans, get ready for game day at Bullseye Event Group's Colts VIP Tailgate presented by Hayes & Sons. The Colts VIP Tailgate starts 3 hours prior to kickoff before every Colts home game next to Lucas Oil Stadium at Bullseye Event Center. Bullseye Event Group's Colts VIP Tailgate is open to all ages and features all-you-can-eat food by the winner of Gordon Ramsay MasterChef Legends on Fox, Chef Kelsey Murphy, as well as Nameless Catering and a premium open bar for 3 hours. Get your Colts VIP Tailgate tickets today at bullseyeeventgroup.com.
Hey, Colts fans, score big for your Indiana high school. Enter Gear Up at Colts.com/UHC. It could score you tickets to a Colts game and $5,000 for your high school. Gear Up is a free program designed to improve the health and safety of boys and girls high school athletics. Winners are selected throughout the season. Enter today for a chance at Colts tickets and $5,000 in athletic equipment at Colts.com/UHC.
As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. FanDuel, proud sportsbook partner of the Indianapolis Colts. 21 plus and present in Indiana. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
We now return to the Colts Happy Hour, an inside look at the Colts on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Hey, a couple of shout-outs live from Coach's Tavern here downtown on a Bud Light Blue Friday with those tickets we're going to give away coming up in a bit. Steelers and Colts next Saturday, by the way. Colts and Bengals coming up on Sunday. That's down in Cincinnati for you. As usual, Corteva Agri-Science, a proud sponsor of the 2023 Coach of the Week program and the Colts. To learn more, visit Colts.com/high school football. Do that today. All right, shout out to Eddie Garrison, who was doing some work back of the studio for Kurt and I. Thank you, Eddie, for that. And a shout out to the Pacers. Been a long time. Aaron Nesmith, and I want to thank them because Aaron Nesmith came on while they're in Vegas. That was a big deal earlier today to get that voice and his take on last night and his take on the Pacers in this in-season tournament, the first one for the NBA, from Aaron Nesmith, actually guarding Giannis last night and doing such a great job in doing that. I want to thank the Pacers for that. Thank Eddie Garrison for working behind the scenes with Kurt back of the station on that as well. Earlier in the week, one of the more unique talks that you're going to have would be with that of Michael Pittman Jr. and having an outstanding year for this Colts team this season. Extension on the way? Certainly so. Meantime, my conversation with Michael Pittman Jr., Colts wide receiver here on Colts Happy Hour from earlier this week.
It was such a roller coaster, but as an end result, that really has to be nice. You look back on that and you get that road win. You get that in overtime, too. And, hell, it's probably a game that you're never going to see played like that before. I should say since, especially down the stretch in the fourth, because it's been a while since I've seen a game as wild as that ride was.
Yeah, I mean, special teams just played absolutely great, and they really kept us in there. And we had 2 block punts and one for a touchdown, other one down to the 15 or whatever it was. I mean, those are 2 huge plays that really set us up to win the game, and then really to just have a chance. And then you have Alex play, which is probably the biggest play like the whole game, where he just goes deep on him and drags them down to the 4-yard line. I mean, that was just a huge play for us.
So Michael Pittman Jr. is with us. Are we watching Alec Pierce kind of evolve for the good right before our eyes here down the stretch in this regular season?
I think he's always been that guy. Just like sometimes he doesn't always like get the ball, but like if like you watch him closely, like on film, more often than not, he's open somewhere. So like it's all about him just getting the ball more and being like a bigger role like in this offense. And I think by making plays like that, I think that is how you increase your role.
You look at him as a teammate and a fellow wide receiver. What is the first thing to you that jumps off the page as far as his skill set is concerned?
I would say the biggest thing that jumps off is like his like character. Alec is like a very great teammate, and he just wants to win. And then going to his skill set, Alec is probably the fastest receiver on our team. He is very, I wouldn't even say sneaky fast, like he's just fast. And so whenever he goes deep, guys don't realize that he is like a 4-3 guy, and he just runs right by him. And then he makes big plays like he did last game. And you saw more of it last year because he was just getting more opportunity. And I feel like this year it just hasn't been there like as much. But I think after this game, I think there's going to be more shots dialed for him.
So Michael Pittman Jr., the Colts, they get the Bengals coming up on Sunday down in Cincinnati. He's on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline. So of the years so far you've been in the NFL, I believe this is your 4th season right now. Mm-hmm. Are you at the pinnacle of you being a team leader on this squad? Because it looks to me, and even beyond the offense, just looks like team-wise on the sideline, you're a guy that everybody looks to. Do you embrace that role, Michael?
Absolutely. I just try to lead by example and just show everybody the way that I do things. And I also follow the lead of other leaders too, like guys like Buck and Quentin and guys like that. So like there's a lot to it. I mean, I'm just here to help us win and just try to do the right thing.
You have grown. There's no question about that. Some things that we may not know because this game is emotional. And I think it was the Indianapolis Star, and Nate kind of hit on this story after the game on Sunday. You've grown not only, obviously, physically with what you've accomplished so far in the NFL for the Colts, but emotionally maybe even more so. How has that evolved for you, just making sure you maintain those emotions, play in and play out when you're on the field for the Colts?
I haven't really noticed a huge shift. It's more just me being confident and knowing that I'm going to get multiple touches, and that if something doesn't like go my way, I just like keep playing because it's going to find you. And that's what's so great about this offense is like I know that no matter what, like I'm going to get those touches. So
Jeffrey Gorman, who's on the pregame show, the Colts pregame huddle with me, had said this on Sunday. He said, we're going to get something very special out of the dog. And I said, okay, the dog. And he was referencing you, Michael Pittman Jr., being the dog, which you are. I mean, you're tough, you battle, you fight, you play through stuff, you do all that you need to do to get to that point. Have you always been a dog in terms of really anything, not just football, but with whatever competition you're a part of?
Absolutely. Competition just like never stops. So like we're just gonna keep we're just gonna keep going no matter what.
When you look at the way that game ended and it came to you and that was the game winner in overtime, was there anything said in the huddle? Did you know obviously that ball was coming your way? Or is that just what you expect when you come out of the huddle most of the time?
I was pretty much expecting that pass because we had practiced that and we knew that they would pass it off. So as soon as he passed it off, like I just knew that I better run to the back of the end zone as fast as possible.
You surprised defensive backs trying to check you with your physicality? Or they know that by now. Are they aware of this by now?
Well, I mean, I think they have a good idea of it, but, like this is the NFL, so I think they're going to try it anyway. Like they'll try it at least once a game, right?
Yeah. What do they try? What's the most common thing that they try to maybe get you off your game a little bit?
I mean, nobody really tries anything crazy because I don't think they want me to get to that level. because I'm not a big talker, like, when it comes to playing, like, on the field now. I mean, sometimes, like, I can get that way, but...
You're a responder. Are you a responder? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, I am definitely a responder, and really I think it's in their best interest to not get me to that level, actually.
I love that. But when you get there, is it bad news for them most of the time when they push you into the red?
Absolutely, because then it goes from, hey, like, I'm just trying to do what I need to win, is like, I'm going to win, but I'm also trying to crush you, like, while I'm doing it.
So Michael Pittman Jr. going into the red. How much has Reggie Wayne helped you out as your position coach, Michael?
Absolutely. I mean, I think where Reggie helps me the most is he's not afraid to call me out on like anything. I mean, like, he's so blunt with it too. Like he doesn't care, you know. And like, just having like guys like that who like were like great. They have that confidence where they can coach you up, like, no matter what you've done or like who you are. So, like, it's always great, like, having him, because he's going to tell it straight no matter what.
When's the last time he was blunt with you, and what did he say?
Oh, let's see. I think it was last Monday or Wednesday, and we were talking about the film, and I had slipped, like, on a stop route, and he was just like, "That's effing trash." And I'm like, "Yes, I know, I slipped, like, it happened." So like, just like stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, he'll just say it just like straight up, like, "That's terrible," like, just like, "That was the worst route I've ever seen." I'm like, "All right, thanks, Reg. I appreciate it."
It's fun. Michael Pittman Jr. joins us. Some guys are built to the level where they can be coached up like that. Some guys aren't. A lot of guys aren't, in fact. Have you always been one of those guys to where if you're blunt with you and you're being coached up to that level, especially if you have the utmost respect for the person that's telling you that, is that something you can easily take in stride, the way that you're built?
Absolutely, because he doesn't do it in like a disrespectful way. I mean, like, that's just how Reg is, and you got to know, like, you're like coaches. And I've always preferred coaches to be like straight up. Like, I really don't like when they like sugarcoat things and kind of beat around the bush. Like, if there's like some type of problem, like, I would like to know about it straight up versus like, "Oh, hey, like, we talked about this, but you really meant this." No, like, Reggie's gonna say it straight the first time. So, and like, I feel like I do well with that because, one, I feel like I am able to dissect emotion away from football, because if you're really trying to be great, I mean, you can't ride the wave of like emotions. Like, you got to be steady no matter what. Like, no matter if you don't like whatever someone's saying, I mean, it doesn't mean that you got to love it, but hey, like, you like can take that and like use it like as like a positive way, just like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I mean, especially when it's coming from somebody like that. You know what I mean? That's been down that path in the same situations, has played at a high level, and I think there are a lot. Maybe I'm wrong about this, Michael, but I think there are a lot more dudes out there that want to be coached hard than want to be ultimately coddled, because that is the way for a lot of dudes to get to where they want to be, to reach that potential, is to be coached hard, to be told that you're wrong about something, and not to come into this thing entitled.
Absolutely, and it helps to keep you like humble, like when a guy like that is coaching you. So I think that it's great, and that's just like his like style, and like, you're right, like, for some players, I mean, it might not work for some players like who don't have enough confidence to like deal with that type of stuff, but I think everybody in our room, like, I think we all respond well to his challenges that he gives us daily. And then, like, he's always, just like he coaches us up, like, in other ways, too. Like, of course, like, that's just one way that I highlight, like, his, like, realness and how he demands excellence every single day.
He is Michael Pittman Jr. with us. Is there any aspect of being 7-5 and right now among those teams in the AFC playoff picture in the 7-hole, any of this surprise you whatsoever? And again, given the circumstances of this season and, you know, the pitfalls, the roller coaster, whatever, any of this surprise you to this point, Michael?
No, I mean, obviously things could have went better, but football is football, and you can't really plan things out because you don't know, like, what's going to happen. I mean, there's so many factors, but I think we're right in the, you know, like, we're right, like, in the heat of it, and I think that we're looking good, and if we keep winning football games, we're just going to keep jumping up and up and up, and that's really the only thing that we can focus on.
So Michael Pittman Jr. with me earlier this week as a part of Colts Happy Hour, Coach's Tavern, Bud Light Blue Friday. Oh, yeah, we got Steelers Colts tickets to give away, and we've got passes to what the Colts are putting on as a fantasy camp, too, here at Coach's while we're here. In fact, until 7 o'clock on Colts Happy Hour. By the way, your Forum Credit Union question of the week is follows. Gardner Minshew threw for 312 yards. Michael Pittman Jr. has mentioned 105 receiving. Alec Pierce had 100 receiving yards. When was the last time the Colts had a player throw for 300-plus and two receivers with at least 100-plus yards in receiving? That answer is coming up shortly. Forum Credit Union Fan Forum section of Colts.com. You can interact with fans online, post a topic, participate in various discussions regarding the Colts. Forum Credit Union helping members live their financial dreams. Can't wait for this. Voice of the Colts, Matt Taylor, and the incredible breakdown, both sides of the football for a big game in Week 14 in Cincinnati Sunday. Rick Venturi on the Colts and the Bengals matchup. That's coming up next. Colts Happy Hour, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan.
Hey, Colts fans, score big for your Indiana high school. Enter Gear Up at Colts.com/UHC. It could score you tickets to a Colts game and $5,000 for your high school. Gear Up is a free program designed to improve the health and safety of boys and girls high school athletics. Winners are selected throughout the season. Enter today for a chance at Colts tickets and $5,000 in athletic equipment at Colts.com/UHC.
Touchdown! From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
All right, Colts fans, get in the game with the best sportsbook in the business. Download the Caesar Sportsbook app and take advantage of in-play betting while watching the Colts games live. Whether you're betting on the Colts or any other NFL team, you can even take a shot at same-game parlays or player props. And don't forget, every bet you place with Caesar Sportsbook, win or lose, earns you Caesar's Rewards, which can be redeemed for exclusive perks like tickets, free hotels, VIP experiences, and more. Must be 21. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
JMI Mechanical Services is your locally owned and operated leader for all commercial mechanical service needs. Our technicians train year-round to make sure they are qualified to handle all of your HVAC, plumbing, and building automation projects. For over 40 years, JMI is your one-stop shop for K-12, hospitality, healthcare facilities, and other commercial clients. From preventative maintenance to large projects, we've got you covered. Just like the Colts, you can rely on JMI.
Want the lowest tire price period? Then save $70 after rebate on a set of 4 Michelin tires. Plus, get more out of them with up to $854 in free tire maintenance, so you won't need new tires 1 mile too soon. Get $70 off 4 Michelin tires, and you heard right, up to $854 in free lifetime tire maintenance. Visit our website to see how it all works for you. Get $70 off 4 Michelin tires and more for your money only at Bell Tire. Buy online, save time. See storebelltire.com for details. Restrictions apply.
No show talks more about the Colts than this one. This is the Colts Happy Hour on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Thank you for joining us. Deb's the on-site engineer. Kurt Gerald's doing things back in the studio here, part of Colts Happy Hour. Help give Hoosiers a holiday to remember. The Christmas experience provides meals, clothes, and services to outfit and help out the community all the way around here. Join CBS 4 and donate at Empower. Check that, empoweringindy.org/give. One more time since I mispronounced that at the beginning. Empoweringindy.org/give. Do that today. Meantime, all the info you need right now to break down both sides of the football with Rick Venturi and Matt Taylor from the radio booth. Matt, take it away.
Thank you kindly, JMV. It's time for some inside football here with Rick Venturi on Colts Happy Hour tonight, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan. It's our weekly look at the opponent and breaking out the blueprints for a Colts win. This week, of course, the focus on the 6-6 Cincinnati Bengals. And, Rick, let's start with their offense. Now got to buy backup quarterback Jake Browning, and a little bit of a background on him, all right? He originally entered the league as a college free agent signee of Minnesota way back in 2019. We say way back because that's a long time in NFL years. Spent 2 seasons, the 19 and 20 seasons, on the Vikings practice squad, then was on the Bengals practice squad for the past 2 years after being waived by Minnesota at the final cutdown in 2021. He made the 53-man roster coming out of training camp for the first time this year, then spent the first 11 games of the season backing up Joe Burrow, and then again last Monday was just his second start of any kind since the 2019 Rose Bowl, Rick, when he started at Washington. Yep. And he balled out against the Jaguars, became the first undrafted player in the common era to throw for more than 350 passing yards and complete 85% of his passes. And he still has studs on offense. Jamar Chase has gone over 1,000 yards again. T. Higgins has been in and out of the lineup this year with injuries, but he came back last week, and he's been over 1,000 yards in each of the last 2 years coming into this season. They're dead last right now in rushing yards per game at 82 per, but Joe Mixon still a very dangerous runner. He ran very hard on Monday against the Jaguars, and he went over 6,000 career rushing yards last week, and he ranks 3rd in rushing in team history. And they also have rookie Chase Brown, who you talked about, out of Illinois. He runs really hard. He notched a 31-yarder in Jacksonville. That was the longest rush of the season for the Bengals. So that's kind of the lead up and the skinny on the Bengals offense, Rick. So give us what else we need to know about them on offense. Now got to buy Browning heading into the blueprints.
Yeah, we pretty much have covered the personnel part of it. Just technical, just some of the specifics. On first down, they're going to try to pound us with Mixon in the zone game, and finesse fast stuff on the edge with Brown. They run a lot of RPOs, and he's very good at it. He has a real quick delivery. A lot of that is dive to Mixon, tied in with a quick screen to Chase, and that can be very dangerous. They'll run a lot more boots with him on the edge. I think they ran 5 Monday night, which they would never run with Burrows, and he's good at throwing on the run, that deep corner route with the crosser coming. A lot of play action on second down. They're like most people. A lot of it is just try to get back second and long. West Coast quick rhythm, draws, screens, a lot of screens to Chase and Mixon when they get in trouble. I will say this, Browning will take a shot to Chase at any time. It doesn't matter if it's 3rd and 2. If you undress him, he'll try to get him the ball. Also, alert Higgins. Higgins has always traditionally been a primary guy in the low red because of that length and because of that jump ball ability. I just say on third down, the one thing I would say be alert for is a lot of possessions, like if it's 3rd and 4 to 7, a lot of possession stuff. That's where Boyd's, it's kind of his role and Hudson's role. So, alert with those guys on possessions. Now, in terms of our blueprint, our defensive blueprint, okay, number one, we absolutely have to stop Mixon. He is a Pro Bowler. He's coming in with 961 total yards and 7 TDs. He's physical in the hole, even though their rushing, doesn't show it. But he has talent. He can cut it back or bounce it. And when they get down low inside that 10, they're going to feed it to him. I think he had 2 scores in there. Brown came in and, again, added the burst. Without Burrows, look for them, just like they did Sunday, a lot of feeding to Mixon and Brown early, a lot of RPOs, take the pressure off, quick screens, and whenever they get in trouble, they get behind in the count, screen to Mixon. So we got to make sure Brown and Mixon are not factors. Number 2, and I could have made this number 1, you have to control Chase. I mean, Chase is the go-to guy. They're going to try to isolate him on Jones this week in shots for big plays. He's got already 86 catches, 1,063. He's got 7 TDs and 506 yards of yak. I mean, including the big bomb Monday night. He is ambient all the way. Go-to guy. Don't let him come in and shred us now, and they're going to move him away. They will get it to him, but you got to control him. No big plays. Make him keep working, but we have to scheme him. Don't think that we're going to line up and play one-on-one on Chase all day. I think number 3, and because you have to, have coverage to Chase, I think what's really important then is how do you play the other guys within the scheme. And I think with Higgins, he's big and tall, but he's a 4.59. I think you play him hard and tight. I think you smother him at the line. You don't let him get access and then be ready to go up. Now, we have length at corner, so we can go up and play the 50-50 ball. And again, alert particularly in the red zone, because they do like that size. We got to handle Boyd, I think, primarily on 3rd and 4 to 5. So, that'll primarily be Kenny with help from linebackers inside. Just know that if it's in those situations like that, 3rd and 4 to 7, that just really be alert for those options, verticals. That's what he does. And then I would say, again, don't go to sleep on Hudson. Particularly in the seam when they go play action, don't let him get a big play down in there. He has vertical speed, decent possession rubber, and he seems to be a favorite of the quarterback. Okay, we got to keep the pressure on Browning. I mean, that Monday night thing, that's just wow. I can't even go through those numbers and believe them. But you got to always mix and match versus a rookie. One thing, and I consider him a rookie because he's only started one other game, and close the edges on him. Don't, he gets really good out there on the edge on those bootlegs. Don't let him get out there. Keep him enclosed. They're going to move him with stuff. Big RPO. Again, we got to have good rush discipline because he is competitive and athletic. He will take off and run. So close off his escape lanes, make him stay in the pocket, mix your pressures because I think we can win up front. I do think that his accuracy was good Monday, but I've seen it be inconsistent, okay? I think Taylor just did a good job with him. He played him conservatively, and then he got going, and then he exploded.
All right, that's Rick Venturi right there. That's Inside Football. That's the blueprint on the Bengals offense. I'm Matt Taylor, and let's shift down, and let's talk about the Bengals on defense on the other side of the football here. And, Rick, that's a unit that's, as you said in the big picture, it's kind of fallen off a cliff, at least statistically, from last season. They're 27th against the run. They've only held 4 teams to under 100 yards on the season. 27th against the pass, and they've allowed at least 250 passing yards in 7 straight games. And they're also dead last in total yards allowed, giving up over 400 yards per game in 3 of the last 4 outings. But despite the bad numbers, they've still got some game records, especially guys up front in their front 7. They've got Sam Hubbard. He's a Cincinnati native. He's got 34.5 career sacks. Trey Hendrickson has a sack in 3 straight games and leads the team overall with 11.5 sacks. And he's one of 5 players league-wide with double-digit sacks in at least 3 of the past 4 seasons. And then linebacker Logan Wilson. This guy plays with his hair on fire. He can tackle and he can cover. He's on pace to lead the team in tackles for the 3rd straight year. and he also has 10 career picks. That's the most by any NFL linebacker since he broke into the NFL in 2020. So going back to the big picture on their defense, Rick, what are the big reasons why they have collectively, again, kind of fallen off on that side of the ball a season after kind of riding that unit to the playoffs last year?
Well, you kind of hit it. I mean, these are unbelievably bad statistics after being the elite defense they were in 21 and 22. It's just kind of crazy. And you pretty much talked about the individuals, which I'll cover more back into the must. But when you just tactically, what they're going to do is they're going to give us an over front and a bear. They're like everybody else on what I call unknown downs, a lot of single high, fire zones, a little bit of four, but not much. They really like to bring the nickel, Hilton, and the Mike, on different situations on first and second down. Also, just one thing to be alert for, which means something to your quarterback and your receivers, they will bring the nickel and they will roll to that side. We call it a two-roll trap. And if your quarterback's not ready for that, if he thinks he can throw hot into the flat, that corner is waiting to trap him. I used a lot of that in my day, and it's kind of old school, which, their coordinator has a lot of old school in him. Now, third down is when they get really high volume, and this is what you'd like to stay out of, okay, because they do a little bit of everything. They get an even, and they'll walk up. Wilson and Pratt, they'll either blitz them or drop out, blitz or bluff. They're not afraid to zero blitz at all times, where they'll bring Hilton off one side and Pratt off the other side and play zero behind it. And what they major in on third down, and you got to be really sharp here, is delta dime. Now, what I always mean, just to reestablish that, delta means the three-man line with two linebackers, a dime, another back in there, and then so you're basically playing. You're playing a 3-2-6 with six defensive backs. Now, what's tough about that is with Pratt and Wilson, they have either guy is interchangeable. I usually call one the Mike and one the spinner, and it's usually pretty well defined. The spinner meaning the guy that becomes the fourth guy in the rush. Well, with this team, because they're both very like players, they're interchangeable, so it's hard to identify necessarily who is the Mike. Now, from that, he will wheel and deal. There's times that he'll rush three and play max coverage. Not much, unless it's really third and long. So he's going to bring four a lot, which means one of those linebackers is rushing, and then he'll bring five, which means both of them will be rushing, and then he'll run a lot of six-man blitzes. Sometimes with it's kind of the new order in the National Football League. You bring six, you play two short and three deep, kind of a zone six-man blitz or a six-man blitz zero. Again, going back to what you said personnel-wise, premier rusher in Hendrickson and a real complimentary rusher in Hubbard and actually the young kid Hill. Amazingly, the struggles they've had is they've looked so soft on the run. Reeder at one time, we thought he was really a space-eating nose tackle, but I haven't seen it, and people have been able to just pound right at him. And then to add insult to injury, they haven't tackled very well in the back end, and they've given up big plays. So, that leads to scoring defense 22, total defense 32. I mean, it's just absolutely amazing. And rush defense 27, pass 27. So, but what's keeping them alive, okay, I tell you what's keeping them alive, though, is situational defense. They're 17th in the red zone, so they're a little bit better in the red zone. They're 14th on third down, and if they get advantage, they're 15 in sacks. Takeaways, number 8. So they're, despite the big picture bad stuff, when you peel the onion, there's enough good stuff to stay alive. And I still think they're better than they're playing this year. So it's a little bit like Tennessee. It always scares me a little bit when I know a team's better than they've been playing. Now, as far as our blueprint for victory on offense, it just starts. I think we're built to beat this team. We just have to pound their front seven. I mean, that 4.8 per, we have to confirm that. I mean, expect a little bit more bear, but pound it inside. pounded off tackle with gap blocking and edges. I say that every week. Also, what I think is there against this team, even against Bear, is a hard cutback. Start to the right, get it all the way back to the C gap. Their linebackers will go really hard, and they're really vulnerable to those backside cutbacks all the time. Again, soft interior, don't tackle well. You want to run it. You want to be in advantage after first down. What we want to stay away from is those third down packages that I talked about. You got to protect the edges. Their best players are on the edges. You know, you talked about Hendrickson, two-time Pro Bowler, now up to 53.5 sacks off their right side and 11 strips. Hubbard, 35.5 sacks. He gives them versatility. He lines up on their left. He'll pop inside some, but I think they're going to really try to attack if, I don't know what the destination of Braden is right now, but if it's Freeland, he has a lot of trouble still with power rushers, and I think that's where Hubbard is very, very capable. Number 3, I think we really have to attack their corners. I think we caught a break here, and he didn't play last week, but Taylor Britt is by far their best corner. He was put on IR, but I think Turner and Owuzie have really had trouble. They want to be a man team. They want to pressure you and play man, but they're struggling right there. Hilton, I talked about, really tough at the nickel on the run and blitzes and in zone coverage. But if we can get him isolated, either with a Downs or a Pittman inside, I think he struggles. He doesn't have the coverage ability that Kenny has. Their safeties are young and talented and getting better, but I think the loss of Bates has hurt them overall. Mostly on unknown downs, that is 1st and 10, 2nd and 6 or less. They're going to undress those corners. They're going to make a commitment. They know that run defense is bad, and they know the only way to beat us is to take that away totally. So, again, I look for that, attack them. Also, their underneath coverage is poor with boots and good play action because their linebackers will bite. They will really go. So anything that is a misdirection or a hard freeze, there's going to be a lot of second-level openings.
Hey, Rick Venturi, Matt Taylor right there on Colts Happy Hour. This portion of Colts Happy Hour brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Download the app today. Make every moment more. Here's your Forum Credit Union question of the week answer. Gardner Minshew, 312 through the air. Michael Pittman Jr., 105 receiving. Alec Pierce, 100 catching the football last week. When was the last time the Colts had a player throw for 300-plus and at least 2 receivers with 100-plus yards receiving? That's week 13 of 2014. Are you ready? Andrew Luck, 370. Dante Moncrief, 134. And Kobe Fleener, 127. That's your Forum Credit Union question of the week. Of course, Kobe Fleener was what? A former Colts tight end. A present Colts tight end with Matt Taylor, and the Gorman on the other side, Kylan Granson, joins the show. Colts Happy Hour, Bud Light Blue Friday at Coach's Downtown. It's 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. FanDuel, proud sportsbook partner of the Indianapolis Colts. 21 plus and present in Indiana. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
At Corteva Agriscience, we know the importance of home field advantage. Whether the field is 100 yards of gridiron grass or 100 acres of American farmland, Corteva is proud to support our communities on and in the fields, providing them with the tools to address today's needs and tomorrow's challenges. And that's why you'll always find us cheering on the Colts every week and working with our farmers every day. Corteva, enriching the lives of our communities. Visit Corteva.com for details.
A winning team works together for a shared goal. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield is teaming up with the Colts to shine a light on outstanding small businesses. Indy is our hometown, and boosting local businesses is just one way we want to thank this great city. Go to Colts.com/Anthem Spotlight to nominate your favorite small business today. Anthem and the Colts, helping Hoosier small businesses score points. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield is the trade name of Anthem Insurance Companies, Inc.
Oil changes are expensive, so you want your motor oil to last as long as possible. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is formulated to extend the life of your oil, allowing it to give maximum protection longer than motor oil alone. It also reduces heat, friction, and wear in any type of engine. Lucas Oil is the official oil of the Indianapolis Colts and is used throughout Lucas Oil Stadium. To learn more, visit lucasoil.com. Lucas Oil, it works.
We're talking all things Colts on the Colts Happy Hour heading into the weekend on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Caesar Sportsbook, a proud sports betting partner of the Colts. Gorman, Matt Taylor, and their guest, Colts tight end, Kylan Granson, right now. Fellas?
Joined out by Kylan Granson, and what we saw last week out of you, I think that's who you are in the NFL. You need a big play. You need yards after a catch. You need something to happen. We saw it, 3 catches, 72 yards, obviously the long one for 46. That was special.
Oh, yeah. Drew it up all week. I was happy to hear it called. It was one of those, like, when you hear it called in the huddle, you're like, yes! Been waiting for this the whole time. Yeah, so glad we got a call, glad we got to execute it, and yeah, big play.
Every game this year, obviously, that you've played in, and the guys like the young draft choices are around you, and a veteran like Mo Alley Cox, but you still do what you do. What is that that's keeping you around in this locker room and so special to this offense?
It's just finding that niche. One of the things we talked about at the beginning of the year was how everybody in our room was versatile in a different way, and I just make the most of my strengths, and it just happens to complement with every single person in the room. No matter what personnel we got out there, we got dynamic weapons who can hurt you down the field in the run game, so it makes us tough to defend.
Kylan Granson with us, and I want to go back to the reverse flea flicker to you, the 46-yard catch. By the way, the longest catch of your career, set up the Colts with a scoring position there. How important is timing on a play like that? Because there's a lot of ball handling in the offensive backfield, but from your standpoint, how important is timing in terms of how you run your route and not to give anything away to the defense?
Oh, it's everything because, like you said, there's a lot of ball handling in the back of your head because you can't just turn around and look at them.
Right.
So you got to sell it. You got to have a clock in the back of your head counting it down, and the important thing is just patience. I've run this play in college before. The biggest coaching point is patience. You gotta sell it. You gotta allow the defenders to see the reverse.
Right.
Be like, oh, where's this ball going? And then boop. Then you pop out.
And a good poker face, too, at the line of scrimmage, right?
Yeah.
You can't give anything away as far as that's concerned. Like, you're happy the play is called, but you can't have, like, that extra tell.
Actually, if you look to press before the play, like, you kind of hang your head.
Here we are running again.
I'm going to block him. Yeah, they'll never know.
When you look at the Bengals on defense, what are some things that kind of pose some challenges, at least watching them on film and maybe looking at their personnel on paper?
They got a good front. We're going to have to be physical with the front four. Going to have to be good against the coverages they run. They run a good mix. They've got man, zone, match, and they can disguise some stuff. So just make sure we trust our eyes, go to our points, and, just be on the same page. If we're all right, we're all right.
Kylan Granson joins us. You've been in a lot of locker rooms from high school to college, now to the top league in the world as far as Sundays in the NFL. This team, how is this team where they're at? 7-5. You got the 4th overall pick who gets injured. Oh, the season's over. It's done. No Jonathan Taylor for a few games, the premier back. What is there about the elixir in this locker room that keeps this team at 7-5, and people are talking about you guys come playoff time?
I mean, we talked about it all offseason about overcoming adversity because we know it was going to come in some shape or form in the season. And of course, we wouldn't know what it would look like, whether it was AR going down or JT being out. But we knew it was going to hit us, and we knew we needed to be a resilient enough team in the locker room, mentally, physically, emotionally resilient enough to bounce back and play through that adversity, and we have, and we've succeeded.
Have you seen Gardner Minshew take the reins in this locker room? We see it on Sundays in the huddle, obviously, but through the week and everything, looking for leadership, obviously, with Richardson going down. Have you seen that over the past few weeks on this 4-game run?
Oh, absolutely. And you saw it before that, in training camp. I mean, he was an older guy who'd been with Shane for a while, so he'd be talking about different looks and be like, hey, we've run this play before, so like if you get this look, expect this, and it's just more of the same. He's been very consistent with us, getting extra reps. If he wants to see something, he's like, hey, the timing ain't quite right, let's run that one more time. We'll run it, and then be like, all right, we'll hit it in the game. And sure enough, we'll hit it in the game, and it works out just like we practiced. So yeah, he's been really big, not really stepping up because he was already up there in the first place. So
right. Kylan Granson with us. Going along with that, what have you seen? How impressed have you been with his clutch gene? You mean the fourth quarter, overtime, some huge throws, some big poised moments. How have you seen him he's already been pretty good in that regard, but how have you seen him grow into the clutch player that he's become?
I mean, he's always been dynamic. I mean, Minshew magic. I seeing it live, seeing it in person on your own team, it's a little different.
Right.
So. But yeah, he's dynamic with the ball in his hands. He never dies easy, and he always somehow finds the open guy. It's uncanny almost. But just know with him in the backfield, just stay alive, stay on your routes, stay alive, because he's probably looking downfield, and he's probably going to throw you one up.
What's it like from your standpoint playing in this Shane Steichen offense? The creativity, the innovation, the trick plays. You're running jet sweeps for a first down on fourth down. Like how exciting is it to be in this offense with him calling plays?
Oh, it's awesome because, you got the defense off balance. They're huffing and puffing because we're running tempo, and then all of a sudden we bust out a trick play or some other formation that we haven't even shown before, and they're like, oh, how the hell did we line up? Then the ball snapped, and then we got a touchdown. So, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of work between, Monday and Friday, Saturday, just going over everything. But by the time you hit it on Sunday, you're just playing fast, playing physical, and the defense is on their heels. And it's a lot of fun when you're the one that's you're the aggressor,
Kylan, we're looking for you to get in the end zone. Obviously, the Colts brass is too for many, many times throughout your NFL career. So I'm just throwing this out there.
Yeah.
There's always a celebration in the end zone, but I think you're starting something with your social media celebrations. So I'm just throwing it out there. You're going to have 2 or 3 or 4, maybe 5 the rest of the year. Can we have some individual day after celebration moments on social media from you?
Oh, absolutely. I feel like it's just expected at this point. I've already got the next photo shoot lined up. Yeah, whenever it comes, you guys, I will not disappoint. I will not disappoint.
5 games to go. Do you talk openly about the magnitude of these games? Right here you are in December. The weather's starting to get a little nasty a little bit. The playoff magnitude, the playoff implications. Do you allow that to motivate you, or is that just something in the background that is just sort of that unspoken language about where you're at in the season?
Oh, we definitely talk about it. Big-time ball, you got to win in November and December. That's when playoff balls happen, and these are the biggest games of the year, especially because they're the next one. So, go 1-0 every week, and then when the end of the 17 is done and you're going on in the postseason, it's 1-0 from there also. So, every game's big, but especially November, December.
Jeffrey, did you see the snakes?
No.
You know what I'm talking about? Kylan's snakes here.
Oh.
So he's
in the locker room.
No, they're not.
Okay, we're good then. We're good. We are
okay.
Good.
The pet snakes. He's got a python named Basket the Ball.
Yeah.
And that's going to grow. That's going to grow to 6 feet.
About should be. Yeah.
Okay. Then a Mexican black king snake, Jefe.
It's boss in Spanish.
Okay. Yeah, boss in Spanish. All right. I apologize for that.
You're good.
Like, what are we doing? Why did you want pet snakes?
I love pets. I love me some exotic animals. I'm a big fan of reptiles, big fan of insects. So
I'm sorry. They sleep in the bed with you.
No.
Okay.
No. They got their own enclosure.
They got their own world and everything.
Now, if you come over to the house, I might have them out and about. You might just be sitting on the couch. You feel, something on.
I'm sorry. This is riveting to me, and this may be a 55-minute more interview. But do they know you?
Yeah.
Do they know you, Kylan? You come in the room, you speak, you talk. Obviously you're the food source. They know who you are, right?
Yeah. They're still getting settled in. I fed both of them because Jefe.
Fed them what? I'm sorry, got to ask. Fed them what?
I fed them rats.
Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah,
right?
They're not alive. They're frozen. You just got to dethaw them. Then you pick them up, hold them in.
And where do you get those?
So you can just get them at the pet store.
Really?
Yeah,
my
anywhere.
goodness.
PetSmart, Pet Supplies Plus.
Most people have a dog, right?
Yeah.
Or a cat or a gerbil or something.
Shameless plug. I think snakes are some of the best first-time pets you can have. They're so low maintenance. Like you feed them.
Have you been bit?
No.
Have you been bit?
So I was bit by my first snake. Blue. She's a corn snake, but it just feels like a pinch. Her teeth are so small it didn't even pierce
No
my
venomous
skin.
snakes in the Granson household, right?
No venomous snakes, no venomous. But
Gotcha.
she bit my thumb, and I was offended more than I was hurt because I was like, oh my God, This is the first time, the first attack. I can't believe it. But they're terrific pets. I mean, once you get them set up, I mean, you can just really leave them there. You got to clean out their cage or enclosure about once. You'll know because it'll start to smell. It has like a snaky smell, and you'll be like, all right, it's time to clean it out. But other than that, you feed them like once every other week, maybe some once a month. And you're good. And you just have a pet that's always there. It's going to be, it's a consistent pet. It's not going anywhere.
Do you notice them getting excited when they haven't seen you for a while, much like an animal, a cat, a dog?
Not really.
Perk up a little bit.
No. What will happen though, as they get used to their feeding schedule, they get more and more active. So they'll pop out. So if you see them out, they're like, oh, you're getting hungry again, huh? And then they'll be slithering everywhere. And usually, like, once you feed them, like, they'll calm back down. Then you can take them out, let them crawl around the room.
I want to continue this conversation. I wish I could.
Do you read to them? You love to read. Do you read to the snakes?
We listen to audiobooks together.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, there it is. Colin Granson right there with Matt Taylor and the Gorman. Hey, quick break. We got to come back. We're brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Colts Happy Hour, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan.
Want the lowest tire price period? Then save $70 after rebate on a set of 4 Michelin tires. Plus, get more out of them with up to $854 in free tire maintenance, so you won't need new tires 1 mile too soon. Get $70 off 4 Michelin tires, and you heard right, up to $854 in free lifetime tire maintenance. Visit our website to see how it all works for you. Get $70 off 4 Michelin tires and more for your money only at Bell Tire. Buy online, save time. See storebelltire.com for details. Restrictions apply.
This is Ryan Kelly. As a representative for our players, I know the importance of a strong partnership between labor and employers. On the field, I know hard work, training, and education are essential to our success. If you want to be a key player on a winning team, join the skilled tradesmen and contractors of Indiana's union construction industry. Prove you are built to succeed and build your career alongside the people who built Lucas Oil Stadium.
I'm Jeff Wheeler, business manager of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 481. Our members are skilled on principle and union by choice.
High Velocity and OP Italian are ready to start talking private parties. Are you? High Velocity Sports Bar and OP Italian are both located in the JW Marriott, Indianapolis, and have private dining space available for up to 100 people any time of year. For all your private dining needs, High Velocity and OP Italian have you covered from team outings to holiday parties. Need more space? Then the JW Marriott Indy can help with their banquet space accommodating up to 1,500 people. Call us today at 317-860-5800 to inquire for availability.
Attention Colts fans, 2024 season ticket deposits are on sale now. Secure your seats for the 2024 NFL season to be a part of the action in Lucas Oil Stadium. Plus, you'll get access to exclusive season ticket member events and benefits, including discounts to the Colts Pro Shop and early access to Colts events. Visit Colts.com/season tickets to learn more. That's Colts.com/season tickets.
Honda savings are on during Happy Honda Days. Save thousands with 0.9% financing on the 2023 Honda Ridgeline, with 2 years of complimentary maintenance included, oil changes, tire rotations, and more. Holiday inventory is here. Get 0.9% financing, plus 2 years of scheduled maintenance on us. Happy Honda Days is on. Search your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. For well-qualified buyers. Offer ends 1/2/24.
We are talking all things Colts on the Colts Happy Hour, heading into the weekend on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Thank you, Dev, the on-site engineer. Kurt, great job out of you. Kurt's back with us coming up on Monday as well. So, Kurt Geralds, thank you very much. Thanks to Tommy S. and Coach's Tavern and, of course, the Zinks. And what is always an awesome Bud Light Blue Friday. Hey, keep this in mind. IU Auburn tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock. The pregame with Don Fischer. That airs 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan right here tomorrow. 2 o'clock is that tip. Colts pregame huddle on Sunday morning with me, the Gorman, and Bill Brooks. We'll get you previewed for that Colts-Bengals matchup in Week 14. We start Sunday morning at 10 a.m. You guys have been fantastic. What a great day. Hey, enjoy the Pacers and the Lakers in that in-season tournament in Vegas tomorrow night as well. You can hear that right here, too, and have a great weekend with 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
All right, Colts fans, get in the game with the best sports book in the business. Download the Caesar Sportsbook app and take advantage of in-play betting while watching the Colts games live. Whether you're betting on the Colts or any other NFL team, you can even take a shot at same-game parlays or player props. And don't forget, every bet you place with Caesar Sportsbook, win or lose, earns you Caesar's Rewards, which can be redeemed for exclusive perks like tickets, free hotels, VIP experiences, and more. Must be 21. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
The Pacers face the
Gas
LA
prices
Lakers for
are
the
out of
NBA
control,
Cup.
which means you need
Tomorrow
to make the most
night
of
at 8
every drop of fuel.
on 93.5
That's
and
why you need
107.5
Lucas
The
Fuel
Fan.
Treatment. It cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system to maximize power and efficiency. Use it every time you fill up for optimum results. Lucas Oil is the official oil of the Indianapolis Colts and is used throughout Lucas Oil Stadium. To learn more, visit lucasoil.com. Lucas Oil. It works.
I've always dreamed of owning a home. Love having a place I can call my own.
We've wanted to remodel this kitchen since we moved in, already dreaming of the memories we'll make here.
Finally, a secluded house along the lake. We put years of hard work into this dream, and now it's a reality.
Forum Credit Union helps you save, share, and grow for the moments you dream about. Learn about becoming a member and our services at forumcu.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Hey Colts fans, this is Ryan Kelly, center for the Indianapolis Colts. On behalf of Versity Blood Center of Indiana, I'm asking all Colts fans to be a part of the 24th annual Bleed Blue Blood Drive. Raise your sleeve and donate blood at Lucas Oil Stadium on Friday, December 15th to score a limited edition Colts football featuring me. Guarantee your life-saving spot by making an appointment today. Visit Colts.com/bleedblue.
From the DriveHubler.com studios, this is 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
WIBC HD2, HD3, Indianapolis.
Thanks for listening to 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. We now rejoin the following program already in progress.
For all the money, for $500,000 a piece, which is what the winner will get for each player on the in-season tournament championship team. You can hear the coverage. The NBA in-season tournament finals are right here on ESPN radio coverage. Starts at 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Tip-off in that game will be at 8:30 p.m. And boy, are these teams exciting to me, because one of them kind of represents like the future to me with Tyrese Halliburton, who quite literally, Dre, made history. No other player has shot for over 25 points with over 15 assists and 0 turnovers in back-to-back games. He did that in the quarterfinals and the semifinals. That dude is as electric as it gets right now in the NBA. On the other side, you have LeBron James, who is darn near my age and
mine
still
too.
out here doing it. Yeah, yours too. And we're sitting here with our backs hurting when we get up from talking on these microphones. And that man is out there dropping 30 points in 23 minutes. And oh, by the way, not even bothering to play the fourth.
Yeah, I mean, by the fourth, he was icing his knees like the Bulls in the 90s. So, you know, yeah, this tournament has been outstanding. It has way exceeded my expectations, just the level of excitement and the energy that all of the teams and the fans are putting into it. And, yeah, Tyrese Halliburton is magical. I've been calling him Kurt Warner, a football analogy. I've been saying he's like Kurt Warner in the Greatest Show on Turf from the Rams in 1999, because when he's out there, it just feels like the Pacers can score every possession and the other team can't do anything about it. You know, you pointed out that he had all of these assists with no turnovers. It's not like he was throwing basic chest passes to shooters that were creating their shot. He threw a half-court alley-oop to Obi Toppin, who caught it and dunked it backwards in like a key point of the game. You know, like, so he's out there dropping dimes. They are must-watch TV if you have the NBA League Pass. There was a game against the Hawks a couple weeks ago where the teams combined for more than 300 points. And Halliburton, he's not just a distributor. He can drop 40 points on you as well. So I've loved the fact that he's using this stage to break out. And then, of course, you bring up LeBron James. He doesn't have to break out. Everybody knows who he is. But what I've loved is how seriously he's taking this in-season tournament as a NBA veteran, as veteran as anybody has ever been. But he's taking it seriously, and it seems like that's propelling the Lakers to also take it seriously. And he's playing like it's the playoffs. And if he plays like it's the playoffs, the Lakers are really hard to beat.
LeBron's unbelievable because he's about to be 39 years old at the end of this month. And like you said, the fact that, yes, he's arguably the greatest player in the history of the universe, right? Or whatever, the history of his generation, whatever you want to call him. But I think it's even more amazing, the longevity. And then with that longevity in his 21st season, giving a damn about this thing, right? Yeah. And I thought this was an excellent idea by Adam Silver to try to implement something to make the NBA season, which is far too long, Dre. I mean, I know you cover the NBA here for us at ESPN, but we can keep it real, all right? The season's it's too long, and it kind of minimizes the importance of each and every game. They're not going to shorten the season because everybody likes money, okay? Yeah. So nobody wants to give it up. So you got to find a way for the NBA to matter during football season. And this is Adam Silver's approach. I thought it was a great idea to try to implement it. I thought that it was going to take a few years, though, for anybody to buy in. And I frankly thought it was going to cost more than $500,000 a player for them to really care about who wins the championship. I thought that it was going to take some sort of seeding, where there's some sort of playoff seeding on the line for these guys to buy in. But LeBron sets the tone. If the best player in his generation at 39 almost years old can get out there and can be that efficient and can still care that much and be that electric on that stage, then everybody else has to buy in below him, and everybody else in this league is below LeBron James. Definitely. And, I thought this was a good idea, the in-season tournament, when it happened, when Adam Silver announced it this summer. I was a little bit skeptical that it would be what it's been, because it's crazy to say $500,000 for player. Don't take my pocket money. That's that's not going to move the envelope for the superstar players. But you're right. LeBron buying in the way he has been huge. But I think also the fans buying in the way they have has been huge. The crowds have been just going wild for this. And I heard someone say on the radio the other day that a lot of players in the league maybe didn't necessarily take the in-season tournament as seriously at the start, and they ended up on teams that did not make it to this Final 8, Final 4 championship. And now they're having a little bit of FOMO. They're having a little bit of, hey, maybe we missed out. Maybe we should have really dug into this. And so I think that bodes really well for this tournament moving forward, that next year, this time around, at this time of year, you'll have more teams really vying for this from the start and really making this an impactful thing in the league. Yeah, for my Miami Heat, I watched Jimmy Butler rest in a must-win game for this tournament. I would imagine next season it's a very different story if you're a player like Jimmy Butler in that scenario. Adam Silver, he is the commissioner of the NBA. He was on ESPN Radio with Mark Kestisher and PJ Carlesimo. He talked about how crucial it was for these players to buy into this thing.
It couldn't have happened without the players, and not just the agreement at the table, but then I think what comes down through veteran players. Steph Curry embraced this. Obviously, LeBron embraced this early on. And when you get to know players, and you guys know this well, that there's aspects to them that aren't that different than fans. Especially young players in the league. To the extent older veteran players are saying, let's go, this is something interesting. That influences them just in the same way that if you're a fan and you hear, well, if Steph Curry says this is something I'm going to play hard for, it must be meaningful. Here's why I think it also works. When it comes to LeBron, for example, Dre, he's quite literally done everything you can do in your entire career in the NBA. He's won it all. He's done it all. He's seen it all. He's proved it all, right? But what he hasn't done is this. So it's giving him kind of like a new thing to do and also a new stage to get up and show his stuff.
LeBron doesn't quite still have it like he did in his prime. He doesn't. As amazing as he still is, and as amazing as what we're watching, the turnovers are up, the post-ups, the pick and rolls, they're down. He's averaging the fewest shots per game of his entire career. He's never had more of his own baskets assisted than he does now. But he's also the player that in a semifinals must-win scenario against what was a good New Orleans team before this season, he can be, so efficient that he's putting up 30 points, 8 assists, 5 boards in 23 minutes of play. Like, that dude shows up when he needs to show up still. He's got it like that. And he's going to show up because it's the stage. So it's setting the stage. And on the other side of the coin, a player like Tyrese Halliburton, he gets to show off his stuff on a stage that, frankly, I don't think he's going to get otherwise, because the Pacers have some real defensive issues. They ain't winning a championship outside of this thing. But maybe those sorts of teams also, like, this will become the championship then, because they know that they've got some work to do before they win an actual one.
Definitely. And I think you raise a great point. My uncles and my dad's friends when I was a kid used to have this expression, I'm not the man I used to be, but I'm all the man once that I ever was, and so I feel like that's where LeBron is in his career, that he can't be, quote unquote, King James that we came to know over these last 2 decades on a, as you pointed out, 82-game marathon schedule, and then have something left for another 2 months of playoffs. Like, that's not something that he can do. But he can ramp it up. He can choose his spots. And the fact that he's chosen his spots has made for this tournament a much higher level, a much more enjoyable watch for all involved. And you brought up Jimmy Butler a second ago. I think that, too, the fact that these two teams, you've got the two sides of the coin that I think work for the tournament. You've got the team like the Lakers that have won a recent championship. LeBron has won everything. He's, got legacy on his mind. So when the NBA does a new thing, they start a play-in tournament. Okay, I want to win that. They start the in-season tournament. Okay, I want to win that. So you've got that aspect. And then on the other side, you've got a team like the Pacers that have never won anything, and they're on the way up. In the middle, you've got teams like the Heat with Jimmy Butler. And I feel like Butler, he's a guy that's like, okay, I'm in my 30s now. I don't know how many more cracks I'm going to have at the NBA championship. So this in-season thing isn't really moving the needle for him. But if you're a young team trying to prove yourself, or you're a veteran team that's already done it, I feel like those are the two ends of the spectrum that could really try to push this in-season tournament forward.
Adam Silver has to be pretty thrilled how well it has gone. I'm not always one who is complimentary of everything Adam Silver does. Sometimes every commissioner deserves some criticism. There are times I've been critical of Adam Silver. This is not one of them, because this ends up being a huge success, a proposal there by Adam Silver to take a European model. And heck, it works here in a different sport, in a different country as well. He is Andre Snellings. He covers the NBA for us. You can check out all of his work on the.com. You can also find him on social at Professor Dr. Z. As Amber and Ian rolls up. Coming up next, we transition to the NFL. Do the Bills have a Sean McDermott problem? We'll get into that.
Greeny. C.J. Stroud is ridiculous. This is no longer a story about a great rookie. This is a story about an NFL superstar. He has changed the trajectory of a franchise.
Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
You're a man with a plan.
I know.
You'll propose to her on that family trip in front of everyone. Brilliant.
I know.
You know the trip is only a month away.
But I don't have a ring.
Luckily, there's GageDiamonds.com with engagement rings in every style for every budget with certified natural diamonds, lab-grown diamonds, and moissanite.
Can I finance it?
Gage lets you buy the ring today and pay for it over time with our no credit needed financing.
Brilliant.
Yes, we are. GageDiamonds.com. We're engagements. Middle name.
Exclusions apply. Today, football is a game of sound. What if you couldn't hear your coach's play calls? What if you couldn't hear the referee's whistle? For deaf and hard of hearing athletes like me, these what-ifs are a reality. But with the AT&T 5G helmet, now we can see play calls just like the other teams hear them.
Connect the player, change the game. Learn more at att.com/5G helmet. Connecting changes everything. AT&T. AT&T is a proud supporter of the Gallaudet Bison. AT&T 5G helmet not for sale.
The Ride with JMV.
Spiro Ditas, who joins us. What do you make of this team right now, entrenched in the AFC playoff picture?
I think whatever happens the rest of the season, this has been an unbridled success for year one under Shane Steichen. This year was all about, let's just fix the culture. Let's fix the vibe around this team. I think they've taken a big step in that direction. And if this team can somehow sneak into the playoffs, holy cow. I mean, it's just a smashing success.
The Ride with JMV.
Weekdays 3 to 6.
On 93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning eternity band, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer, or maybe you're looking for that perfect engagement ring or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $300. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Over 2.8 million Americans have served in our military since 9/11. Many have returned home with devastating injuries and few resources for them and their families. This is news correspondent Bob Woodruff. I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq in 2006. The military had my back that day, and they have each other's while serving. It's time we had theirs. Please join us as part of the Got Your Six initiative. To learn more, go to gotyoursix.org using the number 6.
Soccer Saturday featuring Indy 11. If this is your football, this is your show. Saturday at 9 on The Fan.
Andre Snelling's filling in for Ian Fitzsimmons tonight here on Amber and Ian. You can find me, Amber Wilson, at Amber W Sports. You can find him, Andre Snelling's, at Professor Dr. Z. Because Dre is here, we're, of course, talking a lot of NBA. But the NFL is king around here, Andre, so we've got to give it its due. And one of the big stories today out of the NFL was a weird one, where we found out that apparently, reportedly, back in 2019, Sean McDermott had made some very weird comments about September 11th at training camp. Apparently, he tried to emphasize to his team the importance of communicating and being on the same page. In doing so, he mentioned the September 11th terrorists and the way that they communicated with one another, reportedly. Now, this all came out because of a 3-part series called The McDermott Problem by journalist Ty Dune. The story was released on Ty Dune's platform, Go Long. So you can tell by the title of that, The McDermott Problem, that it's not a very nice piece in terms of Sean McDermott. And this story from 2019, years ago, I mean, there's absolutely no, like, it's unbelievable that it would even happen, frankly. Yeah. It defies all logic. I know when you and I first saw this story, James Steele, our producer, had texted it to us yesterday in a group chat, and both of our reactions were like, is this real? Like, are we sure? Like, I know it says Adam Schefter, but like this from this tweet, but like, are we sure it's the real Adam Schefter? You know, because it seems so insane that somebody would ever reference the hijackers on September 11th to prove any kind of point whatsoever, or use them as an example. Sean McDermott was, I believe, 29 years old, by the way, on September 11th, not a child.
I mean, my first, as you pointed out, our first reaction was kind of like, this has to be like a Saturday Night Live, Dave Chappelle type skit, or, you know, that it's one of those fake Adam Schefter _ accounts or something. And so it was like, so the fact that it's actually real it doesn't feel real, because that it's such a tone-deaf thing to say, using that in a positive light, while working in New York. Like, it's just, it's